take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Raising the belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing in the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes fuck trying to have that price. In a yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the push blue, better burst your pipes.
mixing hotties. Everybody gotta get down. Hey!
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
my pain. Light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
Vamos in a crucial fight against one of the heavy hitters of the lobby. Boran down the hill, looks for the spray, and Mazzara wins the trade.
Want the same to happen. This is a 1v1 essentially, as Lying X looking to swing on through on the side of the tree.
Açıldı. Bastığını biliyor. Rakibi burada bastığını biliyor. Artık bu.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Europe Championship Spring 2022. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'm your host, and yes, I can finally say that word now since the day of my punishment has gone, but the day of punishment will be coming momentarily for a certain other person here on the show. Before we can get to that, before we can hear everything he has to say, I want to remind you guys at home, you can follow us over on social media as well, and make sure you're tweeting to us during the show. Use that hashtag PMPL EU Champ as well. You can let us know exactly how you're watching the show. We'll show you guys some of those later on today. But also a big shout out here to Monster Energy. You can unleash your beast as they are our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. Big shout out to them because it got one of my favorite moments of the year in my head now. I've seen Maxman trying to drink a Monster out of a chocolate fountain. Speaking of Maxman, we're going to bring him in momentarily, but before him, we got to bring in my other king, my liege. Well, not my liege because he's not above me. We're equal. Kalaris and our lowly servant, Maxman.
Yes, thank you very much, Jason. Bask in my opulence and the wealth that I exude. What do you think, Max?
I agree, thy lords. Your Royal Highness, I've actually brought to you your monster also, which I have green screen.
Didn't
so you
realize it was green.
I forgot the cannon was green. This is. I do apologize, your
Wait,
Royal Highness.
is he handing us nothing? I think we should send him to the guillotine.
But that's a bit extreme.
Cut his arm
Maybe
off.
the gallows for the moment. I don't. We need him still. He has to analyze.
You know, to go back to your King Hum really quickly, I was actually curious, would you put it over the headphones or put your headphones over it? But I do like that priority, put it over the headphones instead.
Yeah.
I respect it. You don't want to break it. You don't want to break your crown.
That's right.
But anyways, moving on from that, let's start to talk about what happened yesterday. And well, we've had some big games for some teams. We've had a record-breaking game for Flux, putting up an insane amount of points, an insane amount of eliminations. And off the back of the performance yesterday, as we take a look at overalls, we might see them in first place now.
Yes, and they are going to be first place for now, at least, Sir Jason. Moving forward, so Flux, to be honest, I think I looked at PMPL Americas, I looked at like the Turkish, I looked at the past of European PMPLs. Like I have not seen so far in like the 3-4 PMPLs I looked at a record of 27 eliminations plus a chicken dinner from a team. So I believe that this is like, for now at least, the unofficial world record that we've seen. But I'll continue my research. I shall get job done, Sir Jason and Sir Kalaris.
Thank you. Thank you.
Close, as we discussed yesterday off air, I think the only teams to ever beat that was when you could get like 1,000 points at a chicken dinner, as you were talking about.
Yeah, back in like 2018 when we had the Star Challenge where RRQ Athena won and a win was 500 points. Yeah, times are different now. But I think for Flux, what happened yesterday couldn't have come at a better time. In terms of it being the first game of the day with that 27 Big Bang win for them. I mean, ultimately, that really set the pace for them. That put them on the track to also getting yet another victory in that day, as well as 2 second places. It really felt like momentum was very firmly on their side yesterday. And if it rolls into today, I'd be scared if that was all these other teams.
For sure. I mean, Regnum, they broke 100 points at 104 at the end of the first day. As you can see here, only get themselves 50 points in the second day. They're still keeping themselves in arm reach of first place. But from them below, Max, I mean, we see the big drop-off between Regnum and Surreal in 3rd and 4th place, respectively. That's getting kind of big.
Yeah, it's starting to be a little bit scary for a lot of these teams. You know, Surreal, we talked about that inconsistency we saw, especially during day 1 into day 2, right? That was a little bit scary for Surreal. So we'll see if they could try and pick up the pieces a little bit, especially with their coach Vampon actually playing in this tournament. So we'll see if they can try and get that experience in. But the big swap that we actually saw from day 1 going into day 2 was actually the swap of the top Western European team that was initially for Romanian Men. But man, what a great day 2 from Clear Vision, able to get himself that really good chicken dinner on, I believe it was Pachinki Hill in Erangel. I think that was it. And yeah, Clear Vision definitely able to show up a little bit more in this game. But yeah, there's not a lot of Western European teams on this first page. Only Clear Vision and 4 Romanian Men. The second page is going to be a little bit sad. There you go.
Hey, there we get the majority of Western European teams. But I mean, we are seeing here just in this tournament alone, Kalaris, that the Turkish teams are just ridiculously strong, which for me, I'm so happy to see, considering football, this was the only standout team for like a year, 2 years straight. And then we got to see, Classic Athletics come to light. We got to see Next Ria come to light. And we're continuing to see more and more teams.
No, indeed. It's really cool to see it from the Turkish region. But here at the 9th through 16, or as I like to call it, the Europe graveyard, because it's not going well, is it, boys? I mean, I think two big hopes of ours, TJB and Game Lord right now, are not having the best of times. I think especially Game Lord, we're hoping maybe there's a little bit of a switch flicked for today, considering their approach to circles and when they're timing those out. I'd be curious to see if they are going to do it, and hopefully that will bump them up the table a bit.
Yeah, I think Max, like you and I as well, we want to see Game Lord and TJB do better, right? Game Lord led the charge when it came to the league play. TJB won overall, but there are like our best teams in Western Europe right now, and they're not able to compete. They're not even able to get off the second page.
And also they're part of the very few Western European teams that have this type of international experience that is so important if you're going to up against like this caliber of teams, especially these Turkish teams that are just so good at the start of this year. So yeah, unfortunately our two best hopes of the region are struggling, but you do have to say TJB did get himself a win on no, not a win, sorry, it was close to a win. It was actually won by 5 Flux. I thought for a second, but no, they got really close to it and they were actually playing the game, so maybe this is a sign of things to change.
He said, got to win. And I'm like, that looks like a zero. I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, it wasn't going to win. No, it's close enough, though.
All right, but I mean, still, we are seeing some teams move up, some teams fall down, as we did see towards the top of the table. But let's get an idea of our top 8 teams and kind of the points they accumulated in the first day of play compared to the second day of play. We kind of normally look at this kind of graph in particular, just to see the rise and fall of some teams, but more importantly, who's getting better throughout the tournament and who's unfortunately not able to maintain the pace they started out with.
I think the main big points you're going to be able to take from this one is, of course, the really huge increase on 5 Flux. I mean, are we going to see a day as good as what we saw yesterday? 111 points. Like, so far, Regnum, Kari, and 5 Flux have been able to hit 100 points in one single day, which is mental. But the big question that we're going to bring up every time in this kind of situation is, can they back it up with another good day? Which Regnum, they showed they couldn't. Even Surreal at some point could say 72 points in the first day. That was good, but big drop-off was 24 in day 2. It is a little bit scary because you never know if really they can hold on to it, but from 5 Flux and how consistent they were every single game yesterday, I think that this is a potential contender to not only get himself a good day 2, but also get another good day 3, day 4 potential.
And I think what you said is about Surreal, this is a kind of a case study that we alluded to at the beginning of yesterday, right? We looked at the wins that Surreal was able to get in day 1 with their 72 points and set out the question, can they do it when pressure's against them? Because their first win of the entire tournament, they were up on that embankment of the river whilst everybody else was kind of eliminating each other, and then they got the win. The second win came along once they had themselves a pretty central compound up against kind of Regnum, and then they got themselves the win. So day 2 was the big test for them. Only 24 points. They had their backs up against it, and they didn't perform. I want to see a bit of a shift there for Surreal because they didn't pass the test yesterday.
I think one team for me that maybe did pass the test, well, obviously, you have Fire Flux in first, but for me, it's Beşiktaş. I mean, seeing them have a solid first day, continue to prove on day 2, so now we're seeing consistency out of this team. They can maintain this high-level performance. Going into day 3, if they continue to improve like this, it's going to be actually insane. I feel like they could pass Fire Flux, and, if we compare the number 1, number 2 team here, Max, I'm a little bit worried for Fire Flux because 51 points, it's not that really amazing for one day of play. It's not bad by any rights. But I don't know if they can maintain now the level they set for themselves from yesterday.
I would have to actually disagree a little bit with that. I think they can.
Whoa, did you just disagree with the Lord?
Sorry, I apologize. Oh, no. I apologize, my liege. No, okay. So I actually look back on, I think, like the first 3 games of yesterday, especially that first game that 5 Flux got. And what I love so much about their gameplay is that they can adapt to any situation like on the dime, and it was so fast their reaction time. And I did like a bunch of notes on that game on what they did right, and I got like I think 15 points on that one game alone, and they were all doing it like every few seconds, just checking the positions, able to actually get himself those 27 eliminations and the win. So yeah, actually Flux, seeing how good their synergy is right now. It took a little bit of time, as I mentioned, at the start of PMPL Turkey, but I think right now they're at their peak. And I think they're going to stay up there. So I think Flux could potentially not repeat, that, because that was still insane yesterday. But I think that, an 80, 90 point day, I think it's still possible for them.
Well, to agree with my fellow nobleman for a second, Beşiktaş, they've gone from strength to strength in the days. Yesterday, they had four fourth places as well as a first place, and they ended that with the 14 eliminations as well. They were looking really good. They were carving themselves nice little spots to be able to play from. Admittedly, their first fourth place, no eliminations coming from that, but that was the game where Flux effectively eliminated half the lobby, right? So it wasn't exactly going to be easy. There was not many pickings available for the rest of the lobby as a whole. So I think if Beşiktaş continues on this trend, I could see them getting a 90-point day today if they're able to continue on that kind of path.
Yeah, and then you go into day 4, just got to maintain that same level of play, and they could be our top team. They could be taking home that $40,000 in prize. But not to mention $150,000 on the line for all the teams. There's still $2,000 on the line for the MVP at the end of the event. So let's actually check in with currently who is sitting first place, and well, I guess more importantly, who is top 3, who's in arm's reach. And we can see Peace here. We saw him day 1 with the top of limbs. We're seeing him yet again with top of limbs. As you were mentioning before, Max, like he's basically the Icy from Western Europe at the moment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think you said it, and then I said after he's the one that qualified, basically. I think
Good. That was a test, my servant. You passed.
Yes, I will never take credit for something that the mighty Kalaris would say.
Thank you.
Never. It's only the other way around. But yeah, Peace has been always on top, like from day one. Sorry, no, it was a compliment. But Peace, that's the thing about this team, right? He is clearly the player at the top that is helping this team now get such presence in the late game, able to get those, as you mentioned, Kalaris, right? Those fourth places finishes plus that win at the end. The thing is that scares me is that if, and we haven't seen that situation happen too often yet, but if Peace does go out early, what happens to the rest of the team, right? And that's kind of what I want to see, but seeing how consistent they were yesterday, it just seems like they got their early rotation pathing down to a T, and they just don't lose Peace, which is great. So you make it to the late game, get those points, those elims. So that's why they're consistent right now, is because they make it to the late game as a 4-man crew.
The cool thing about this for me is that Peace fought back as well. If you think about where Flux was halfway through yesterday, this was 3 Flux members because of the amount of eliminations that they were able to rack up yesterday. But then towards the end of the day, as we tapered off, Peace then fought back here with Beşiktaş here to be able to actually get himself up to the top again. And if he does go out early, I still do have a little bit of faith in this roster. I mean, we watched as SonHP was able to take the MVP in the Turkish region in the final as well. And just as a whole, this team has stepped up around Peace as a whole. So I have faith. I have faith they can still do it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I actually want to see like past top 3. I would love to see like maybe top 10 to see if some other players in the team, or how many of them could be in that ranking and how close they are to potentially overtaking him. Because it's just been 12 days of match, or 12 matches so far across these 2 days, as we have another 6 coming your way today. You can even hop in and take a look at the schedule to remind you guys what's going to be coming up when. We're going to be having 3 Erangels a day, 2 Miramars a day, and 1 Senhawk. And you can see the order that we're going to be going with them. So that means tomorrow, well, technically tomorrow, we're not ending things off on Miramar, even though it will be the end of the official tournament. But there's going to be a little bit of something special happening at the end of our final day tomorrow. So make sure you guys are sticking around for then. Obviously, stick around for now as well. There's no reason to leave whatsoever. And we always love to see how you guys are watching the event as well, whether you're at home, whether you're at work, whether you're driving home from work. Hopefully, you're not the one driving. Ideally, make sure to tweet to us with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ, or that hashtag in your Instagram post so we can check it out and also show it on the show. Now, for you guys at home, though, who have been watching and wondering, why the hell are they treating Maxman like he's a servant? And Kalaris myself are lords. Well, I mean, Kalaris myself are lords anyways, but there's a prediction game happening every single day. And yesterday, Max lost. We're predicting around the halfway point of the game, a little bit later than halfway, who's going to get the chicken dinner, and the loser at the end has to be punished. Maxman's punish today is to treat us like kings, and he is a servant. So he'll be referring to us as my lord, my savior, my amazingness, whatever you want to do, Max. It's all up to you. But I will tell you this. Maxman went all in and spent a good amount of time last night researching and looking up how to talk to a nobleman.
I did.
So I will give him little bit of a clap, a little bit of a
I
golf
did.
clap for
And
that.
also, one thing is I got contacted by the official Instagram of fastPay Wildcats and stopped mentioning our name on broadcast. So that was another thing that was pretty interesting. So
Hey,
yeah,
you have the power, Max.
I thought you were picking them 6 of 6 times today, wasn't? I'm looking at the doc here. It says fastPay Wildcats all the way down already.
they sent me a cease and desist. I have to stop.
okay.
Yeah.
I think that document might be a little outdated because mine says all John Allens, and I don't know. I'd predict John Allen to win. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head into our first match of the day. So let's throw it over to our commentators of Blink and Imperium to kick it off.
Thank you, Lords and Maxman. Indeed, we are officially halfway through the tournament blank, and that means it gives us a bit of a scope of how these teams are shaping up, obviously the leaderboards and what they're doing to the teams. One of the big questions for me, though, is how much of a scope is there for the teams to improve in this short format tournament, especially the teams down in the lower 8?
It's getting a little bit scary now for a lot of these teams, and I think that's what we got to keep our eyes on, to be honest with you. And realistically, I think John was mentioning yesterday that once you get down to this like bottom 8 spot and you're not ahead of the rest, it's very hard to climb back up again. Again though, Flux first day 51 points, and then you see their massive jump up to 111 on the second day, so it is possible to have an absolute pop off. But just taking a quick look at the results here, you know, we are having some big drop offs now towards the bottom of the tables. 12th place down to 13th, 108 to... Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong results. I'm on the wrong results. This is not good for me. But either way, I think we're having some big drop-offs across the board. And that is one of the things that people need to look out for, is that there is a massive lead that's been gained towards the top.
From a direct point perspective, I look at it being a little bit positive for the teams between 8th and 9th to at least get up to 7th, 6th, 5th, possibly, because the top 3 teams are in their own little bubble right now. However, from a performance standpoint, I just don't know if it's there. We've seen shaky performances from Wildcats. We've seen very shaky performances from Eastern Stars. A good few of these teams need to find that consistency.
They do, and honestly, you also need to check out the survey. Look, I'm sorry, we've got to go do the due diligence before we head into the game, and you can have an impact over on the PMPLs going forward, as well as this specific championship, perhaps, if your survey is really, really good, which we hope it is, because we'll be marking all of them at the end of the day and giving you varying scores from A+ down to a max. Okay, so we really do need to make sure you get those surveys done. You can find that pinned in the YouTube chat. If you don't want to do the survey, just watch the game, that's absolutely fine too, but we implore you to please have an impact on PMPL.
The viewers are sorry, the reason why we do these broadcasts is for the viewers as well as the teams, and having the viewers say is a big part of shaping the future of PUBG Mobile esports, of course, and the broadcasts that are on board. But again, kind of going back to what I say, and I suppose, and the scope of performance and the consistency, the volatility of a couple of those lower teams is starting to hurt. For example, Getso, they have a chicken dinner, but they're down in 15th, and I know that might not be the best example, but it's like, well, if you can grab a win, why can't you grab more consistent results, right? So I think that's a bit of a problem for a few of these teams.
Yeah, now that I'm actually on the correct results page, I can give you guys the info that you are so desperate for. But yeah, what I was trying to say earlier is you've got Regnum Kaya in 3rd place, 169 points. Great result from them. They're still keeping those point scores fairly high so far. But we drop into 4th place with Clear Vision Esports, 107 points. So almost a 50-point drop off there, which is very, very, very ridiculous. So there is this massive 3-team battle for the top at the moment, with currently Flux 193 points. So very, very, very, very well done.
The first game is upon us. The first playing path is upon us, and it's at least a nicer playing path on these Erangel games compared to what we've seen across the first 2 days. A little bit more north in comparison.
Yeah, a little bit further towards the north. So honestly, very excited to see what a couple of these teams can go for in this game. We'll see exactly what does happen. You're having Flux head up towards that north side with the crew. But yeah, we were yesterday just having a lot of south playing pass for our angle. So a little bit of a struggle overall. But we are getting this playing path just passing across. Beşiktaş obviously probably going to try head up towards Yasnaya, and Game Nord needing to figure out their actual strats at the moment, because just quite slow so far, and it's been just a little bit of a change of pace for us, and I think that they kind of need to adapt to this lobby, which is quite aggressively pushing for the center a lot of times.
Yeah, it is, and that technically does allow a couple of teams to play the edge of circle play style effectively. However, I don't think we've seen enough teams being able to utilize that in the right way, whether it's a, with all due respect, a lack of preparation, a lack of VOD review. I don't know. They'll know more than me in terms of the individual team performance. Looking at phase one, blank, it does complement the playing path. Yes, the North River is in play. Other than that, it's a pretty Doshgar and slap bang in the middle phase one.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to work out for a lot of teams. Getso towards Severny, pretty decent position to be playing from. This is give them a lot of options going forward. Head down towards Rozok on the north side. But obviously heading towards Yasnaya, Beşiktaş, they're just sticking around there. But we are also having our concurrent view account of 80k will find you that free permanent t-shirt reward alongside numerous other prizes such as the activity crate. So exciting stuff.
That permanent t-shirt, if we reach a concurrent viewers of 80k, a free permanent t-shirt, like it's a PMPL t-shirt. I wouldn't mind one of those in real life, never mind in game. So get watching, tell your mama, tell your papa, tell your granny, tell Sparky the dog to tune in, of course, across the board. Getso have their normal drop spot on board in the form of Severny. They'll have an easy rotation in towards the center phase one, should they choose to do so. And I think they could be in a solid opportunity to push back the likes of TJB. Yes, they do have a bit more traffic in the form of Octavian. However, the opportunity is there for Getso to do something with this Severny drop.
Over towards our western side of this position, your Eastern Stars just chilling up above TJB. I don't know if these two teams are going to clash again, as we saw them do yesterday on our angle, but TJB looking like they're steering clear out the way, as are Eastern Stars. I think they've been caught up in quite a bit of action early game, where, you know, we do tend to see Eastern Stars fare a lot better when they're able to get boots on the ground when it comes to Zone 5, Zone 6, and that seems to work out a lot better for them. For Romanian Men down towards the southwest are a little bit of a shocker team coming through from Europe. Ended up doing very, very well so far for the boys over in Europe itself. And not the team that we thought would be doing that, but hats off to them regardless. A really, really well done job from them. And I think a lot of that comes from the fact that they're starting to understand their place in these circles, right? No longer dropping in Gatka most of the time. S2G is picking up that spot and taking a bit of more of a position down towards Quarry, which is giving them a lot of options.
Oh, Regnum Carrier. Troy gets the pick on the Penton and an early engagement. It's a bit of a solo play, and I'm kind of wondering why Hulls is there. Like, that's all the way in between Yasnaya and School, and the rest of the team are looting a little bit outside the farm. Like, I know you want to kind of maybe lock down a bit of an early phase on compound. However, when you know Regnum Carrier drop around Rozok, you know Beşiktaş drop around Yasnaya, and you know Clear Vision drop around School and Apartments, there's a really high risk that at least one of those teams or one of the players of those teams are going to possibly be in that area. So yeah, a mistake from Halls in my eyes.
I think with that position that Penta's playing at the start of the game anyway, you fairly set up in Rozok, right? You're dead center. I don't think there's really much reason to head down that way. And like you said, like, that is a compound that most likely will be taken up in this situation. I just think it's a bit of an overstep coming through from the guys from Penta there. So a little bit unfortunate for them. But overall, it means that, you know, Regnum now have a much better spot to be working with. It's much more secure for them, and being so much towards the center of the map anyway, this is good stuff from them.
Let's be fair. It's a free elimination point, and when you're in this short format tournament where every single point counts, with all due respect, it could be the reason why they win the European Championships, or you know, or lose in that regard in terms of gaining that extra point. So they'll certainly take that
Yeah.
at the drop of a hat. One thing that I've noticed as well that kind of really separates Beşiktaş and Fireflux, because I know the desk was talking about it. Jason and Maxon had a really nice conversation about it, and if Fireflux can keep it up. And I agree with Maxon in how he brought his point on board. And the perspective with that is that they're the only two teams that have over 10 points per game in every single map. So that consistency across the 3 maps that are played, despite Erangel being the most played map, shows that those 2 teams, in my opinion, are really big cut above the rest.
100%, and I think that when we're looking at that type of thing as well, and you mentioned even towards the beginning of this game, right, as we were doing that preamble, is the case of like, there is a lot more volatility down towards those middle spots of these teams. But I do think on top of that, though, with these teams at the top 3 battling it out, getting all the juicy points on top with these 10-point averages, like you said before, you get that 1 elimination point. That can be the difference because it just makes things all the tighter on the top when it's these 3 teams really just consuming all the points in the lobby. So these teams are going to be really careful. And even if it is just a case that there is 1 sloppy mistake and that is an elimination point going to Regnum Kaya, goodness me, that could be the game changer. So it's going to be very, very exciting tomorrow. Obviously, I'm already talking about tomorrow. It's day 1. It's game 1 of day 3. But yeah, this is just how these things start to pan out. Either way, our angle, it's a very, very good place to start for us. Day 3, and it'll give us a good idea of who's feeling it, because this is really the common playing ground, and this is where people get to really strut their stuff.
Exactly, and that's why I really liked how Xray started to feel themselves more off the back of a couple of solid performances. They were one of the highest point scoring teams of yesterday's games. They jumped up to 6 in the standings after a poor day 1. I hope that they can continue this trend because I'm a big fan of Xray and really what they're trying to build as a team. I think Frozen has been a massive player for the team, not only in game but even outside of game. Very open when it came to talking about the team's performances in PMGC. So in this European Championship, I'm kind of on the side of Xray, building on what they did yesterday.
There's definitely potential for that. Some of their movements on day 1 a little bit strange in my opinion, and I think that you're completely right, Imperium. They were definitely feeling themselves a lot more yesterday. Felt like they were getting into the groove of things, just with some smarter rotations. And I think even when we look back on yesterday on that final angle, where they hit up an extremely strong position around Salba, and then just allowed other teams to cause themselves carnage. I think that's just a very, very good point to highlight Xray and just how calm and disciplined they were. And that tranquility, you really do need that in these tournaments. You need to be calm as a cucumber when we come into these games, because if you're not and you're erratic, things like what happened to Penta right at the beginning of this game start to happen to you, and you really don't want that, especially when you get shifts like this on the circle where there's so many teams here. This is very much where you're threading the needle on the rotation to find a good position on the map.
There's a fine line between a cucumber and a pickle, and you don't want to pickle your own results in these games. Phase 2 indeed shifting up north. TJB have a 2-1-1 split with 1 player in the cube compound. I would recommend they either solidify that compound as a full team or at least as a majority of the team, because it seems like a couple of teams might be looking to overtake that. I think X team are heading across the bridge looking for that spot, all the while Eastern Stars still locking into that northwestern edge of the circle.
Already in here, and I think for Eastern Stars, this is a nice start for them, especially starting up in Zaki. This is one of the few circles where it's actually very beneficial to start up in Zaki. You can get a lot of loot going, and very much of the time it's difficult when you're up in Zaki because it's going to be a huge rotation you have to make. And you don't always have all the time in the world to get a full loot on. But with this initial circle and then this one next, you know, Eastern Stars are going to be geared to the teeth coming into this circle, and they should be good to go with a vast amount of space around them that are actually able to take care of for themselves. X team, though, you were talking about this team trying to get in nice and early, and it looks like they have come to loggerheads with another team here. I believe that is Fireflux looking down onto them. and it's Zombie who's kind of caught in a bit of an awkward position here, quite tricky. On the other hand of things, I think Kalaris will definitely want to mention this. It's just the slow rotate coming through from Game Lord once again. Yeah, it's great. They're going to have some safety at the beginning of the game here, but they're still up towards Stalber, still making their way across, scouting. And I think by the time they get into the circle, a lot of the priority positions will be taken up. And we know Game Lord to be a team that can win team fights. They're extremely talented and gifted with players like Narvalo on the team who have 1v4'd or just 1vx teams in general. So I just don't know why they're so reluctant to find these positions in the map at the moment.
X team did make it across for the most part as a trio into that cube compound. TJB disengaged, which I've got to say, hey, credit where it's due. If you can't fight as a full team, you're just better off letting it go. A knock from Solkay with the nade. It ended up being a little bit of a knock in his own right due to being inside the water, ran out of breath, and down he goes off the back of a nade. XC most likely will lose a player, and it seems like the rest of the team don't want to try and seek any kind of revenge on the Fireflux.
They're ahead right now. They can potentially hold out Fireflux over on that western rotate. They've got a loot crate around them and a fairly decent. It's the box compound they're playing around. So this works out well for them in terms of a position to just hunker down in and then start to divvy the rations up. But for X team, this really does rely on them being quite present in this next shift. If they are, now it's time to move. I think sticking around in box compound, maybe not the best idea in the world, but this has sort of worked out for Game Lord. Again, though, they're a little bit late to the circle, but it has worked in their favor. Although, be it a very, very hard shift up towards the northeast side. So it was very needed in this case.
And I still fully agree with what you're saying, because as much as I'm all for being a little bit slower in the early circles, when you're too slow, you're not only late to the circle 3, circle 4, but that transfers to slow information gathering. And we all know that information is such a powerful aspect of gaining control in the game. And it seems like Game Lord have been a bit too slow to gather that information. And then they're caught off guard. Then they're shut down. Then they're picked off one by one. I did appreciate how they rotated at least as a full squad into that phase 2. But the fear is still there for me.
Yeah, and looking just at the standings in general, the Fireflux with 162 points total. And then you look at Game Lord, 66 points at the start of today as well, almost 100 points behind. And I don't know if you'll agree with me here, Imperium, but I would say that these two teams are possibly on par. If not, I would say Game Lord's just a little bit stronger when it comes to those team fights. But I just think that Fireflux puts themselves in such good positions and has the skill to back it up in those situations as well. And they're taking risks this tournament. They absolutely are taking risks, but sometimes that's what you have to do to get on top. And I think even if some of those risks did pay off for Fireflux, they'd still be fairly high up in the rankings.
I couldn't agree with you more. I'm directly on par with what you're saying there is TJB trying to hold back the players of 4 Romanian Men. I do like that at least full squad push for 4 Romanian Men to breach up the ridge of the hillside to try and grab some information. Not looking for the engagement for the time being. TJB, that defense is set up fairly well. So a little bit of a stalemate between both of these teams.
Right now, Lengex in the smoke, struggling to stay alive. And recalling into the rest of the team is going to be fairly tough. And it's Lutz of all people, long-range master here, taking shots over towards him inside the smoke. Goodness me, Lin barely peeks his head out for a second and almost gets the horns knocked off his little mohawk.
And I think that's also something that we both observed about Fireflux is not only have they been powerful in those close quarter combat engagements, but the long distance shots that some of the players have fired out has been incredible.
Absolutely, and I think that's what's got them. That's what actually got them so many elimination points when it came to their 27 elimina, right? That was all down to the fact they were able to third party from a sizable distance. Game Lord though versus Penta, 2 down already, so this compound is certainly Game Lord's now.
Of course, it is now outside the circle as Phase 4 shifted massively down to southwest. I wonder if any of the devs would pick up X team to grab the chicken dinner, or possibly TJB might be on the menu. Fireflux engaging on Eastern Stars, or at least the other way around. Solkay is going to return with the knock on the Bazzi, so interested to see how Eastern Stars would deal with this. A 4-man spread isn't really putting Eastern Stars in the best spot to really return in the confident way that they realistically need to.
I think with Eastern Stars' position, they do have a fairly good spread, but it's just not working versus Fireflux at the moment, who have it all locked down on that northwest. This is the problem for GameLord. Once again, you get that hard shift. They kind of sat around for far too long on this northeastern side, despite a lot of the ground ahead of them being open. We do finally get our predictions coming in. Maxman going with TJB, Kalaris with 4 Romanian Men, who are currently holding the coast. I mean, that beach, like, honestly, down towards that side on the embankment, fairly good spot to play from. And Jason goes for Fireflux.
It's a classic Jason move, right? Go for the team who's looking the strongest, despite maybe not being in the best position. Sometimes it can work for him, and he certainly hasn't lost any of the challenges so far. So, hey, look, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Looks just like it isn't really broken for the likes of Fireflux as they play on that western edge in the rotation. TJB looking to push teams back, manipulate the traffic, and send the likes of Surreal in towards the direction of Fireflux.
Some good shots, though, from GameLord. They do tear apart the stragglers coming through from Surreal. The rest of Surreal over towards Fireflux's spot now. GameLord looking to just sweep this northeast side. Fireflux will deal with the remaining members of Surreal. There's Jetgill now remaining. Drops a smoke at his feet, but I don't think it's enough there, as it will be Soulless to finish off that last player. Sending them up to 4 eliminations total. GK first just cannot quite pick up that player.
But I do like the property from GK first. They sent Surreal in the direction of Fireflux, and I think they were very much aware of that. And when they heard the shots from the distance, GK first swung it out wide to try and get a little bit of an opportunistic knock on through. Eastern Stars made a push onto the compound, held onto by Clear Vision. There is a damage aplenty between both of these teams. Octavian is the last player alive. It's technically a 1v2. The drop shot connects. Can Octavian save today? Not quite there. We're back into 1v2. He can't get the heal off. The sandwich just played through. Clear Vision keep themselves alive.
Beautiful nade to start off that fight from Clear Vision on the crash. And those have to be really well placed as well to just explode as soon as the crash comes through. 2 players go down, and it's easy pickings from there. Beşiktaş, again, GameLord just dithering too long outside of the blue. Narvalo left to pick up the pieces, but what's left of them is nothing.
Like, at that stage in the game, I can't help but feel that stop rotating in vehicles and rotate on foot. Technically, it's taking you longer, but in my eyes, you're going to be more prepared to at least take that fight in the blue and hopefully win it to heal up in time, right? Narvalo is now the last player alive. Beşiktaş is in front of them. Clear Vision with the shift up north are in a confident spot to deal with, as our X team down south.
Fireflux down towards that western side still. They've got 1 player inside the circle in Kecth, whereas the rest of the team are currently clearing their angles on that western side, looking down towards Xray at the moment. Narvalo makes his way in towards Clear Vision's compound. He'll pick up a rock to hide behind, but there is a fair amount of teams around him, and HAMODY just cracks those shots off like it's nothing.
Wildcats now going to look to push in on the southeastern edge of the circle against UDR Killers. UDR Killers just kind of sit down and give it to Wildcats, right? No real fight, no real bite in the bark. I get that they're players down, but at least try and put up some kind of fight. Now, no, baby, last player alive. It's a full squad of the Wildcats coming in from the edge. Potential third parties against them in the form of 4 Romanian Men. That's why they're throwing at the smokes to try and cover their ground.
For the Wildcats now, though, they still have to make their way over some precarious terrain. UDR Killers certainly didn't move forward for lack of trying. Getting up here past X team going to be slightly difficult for them. 4 Romanian Men only just now starting to move from the bank They have to get in towards this circle from the south side. Again, not a lot of teams heading towards the center of the map at the moment, rather play over the rolling hills in this position. TJB trying to fight off against Fire Flux, so we're just rolling through them.
Oh, you play with fire and you're gonna get burned. You meet your match, TJB, down to a solo, and there's absolutely nothing GK can do. Fire Flux are on a tear, Matt Blank. 9 eliminations and counting.
It's just kind of unbelievable to me, because this has happened far too many times for my liking, which is just teams rolling around in vehicles into a crash, or at least I'd like to say a crash, but it's just a slow tumble into a fight. X team with a great spot in this compound, and this is what I was talking about earlier. It's not that UDR Killers didn't try to move up, it's just that this compound is so hard to breach. Nades are coming through, Xray goes down, but Romanian Men in the meantime have found themselves on the back side, and it's X team are blinded by Istanbul Wildcats in front.
However, I do like the 3-1 split that initially came out from X Team. They had that one player covering the building that Romanian crashed upon, and they prioritized watching their backs. I agree with it. They can't help if a team crashes in. All they can do is do their absolute best to defend one building at a time. However, Romanian Men finding the confidence to play it through, and they get the knock on the Psyx, and the X Team should be whittled down to a maximum of 2 players left.
Yeah, clearing the obvious spaces there for Romanian Men. I really like that they go for that one. They know surely a player's gone up. Another good nade from Do, though. Will take down for Beg for Mercy as he comes in for the assist. But this will give opportunity for fastPay Wildcats to move up as X Team quickly reorientated themselves towards the threat from behind.
All 3 of these teams are outside the circle, so time is ticking. Blank, they're all going to need to move up north, out into the open, into the circle, which is going to be challenge enough for themselves. It's not going to be the X team to get the opportunity to make it through, because they are eliminated in 7th place. 6 teams left, 18 players alive, and 4 Romanian Men, a full squad strong, and a knock for a nade from Rana to try and open that door and say hey ho peekaboo to Wildcats. Another one on the side of the building, just try and slow them down. However, that is a third party from Regnum Carry to get another knock onto Wildcats.
Goodness me, Wildcats just cannot catch a break at the moment. Yowling, scratching at the door. Please let these cats out, but it's not happening anytime soon. And the Wildcats just continuing to be beset upon from all sides. Nice nade goes through, but this might be a chance for just at least Lux to finish up the final members, get some elimination points. Sarah on the floor and does go for it. That's the full wipe coming through from Lux, and that'll send them up into a 5th position at least with 7 eliminations. You've got to be proud of this guy.
I don't think Romanian Men realized that the team that they were fighting against in that compound were still alive, and as they got battered and bruised by Regnum Carry, and maybe the distraction play came through, confusion from Sarah, and on the ground he went. Wildcats claw and scratch their way into the final 5 teams, but once again, still not in the circle yet. Lux running past, trying to make a direction, make a beeline into the edge of the circle as the likes of Regnum Carry distracted by clear vision.
Regnum down on the eastern side, trying to make this one work. Beşiktaş though, still with a contender in this one. Participant in Enjoy over towards that north side. Lux finally goes out for fastPay Wildcats, but I will say that honestly, from what was a terrible result over on day 1, they're starting to bring things back just a little bit. Still can't quite play with the big boys on the playground at the moment, but, you know, they're still not getting picked last for the basketball team, which is always nice.
I asked what kind of scope of improvement was there for the teams, and Wildcats showing that there is a bit of scope for improvement. 4 teams left, and 3 of them are our top 3 teams. Actually, 4 of them are 4 of the top 5 teams, so that just shows that consistency is there. Regnum Carry still with 3 players strong. Fireflux with 3 players, potentially a full squad up if the revive comes through, and Beşiktaş, clear vision, they're solos.
Yeah, Enjoy is really taking his time here, Imperium, and why not? Honestly, it's a dangerous game that you play at the moment because yeah, sure, maybe you get the triple spray down, which would be just absolutely heroic coming through from Enjoy. But at the same time, you could, but look, both of these teams take each other out and hope to go for the second place. More often not, though, you will go out in third, but I think it's just hoping for that eventuality of second.
Knock from Kecth onto Loxy is a good start for Fireflux. Followed by a potential return. That's going to be Tron getting knocked, but it's not going to be enough. Magnum Carry are wiped out just like that. And indeed, Enjoy 7 from Beşiktaş has been able to secure himself a second place. Maybe swiping for the chicken dinner. Fireflux don't really have any idea on where he is. He's going to confirm 1, at least add an elimination point to his team's tally on 6. It is a 1v3 though, Blank, and it's going to be easier said than done for Enjoy 7.
I think for him right now, this is a result that he wanted. It's the one that I was talking about. Let these two teams fight and go for the second place. I think that extra elimination point is just the cherry on top. It is highly unlikely that he's able to go for the full squad wipe here. Takes a little bit of damage and Solkay gets up to the tree. Now they have an anchor and a forward position. It is going to be extremely difficult for Enjoy now, unless he has some serious nades in the back pocket, which looks like he does.
No.
But what an unreal molly that takes him down.
All it took was one molly in the perfect spot for Fireflux to secure the chicken dinner. Enjoy 7 did a fantastic job right until the end, but it is once again Fireflux to set the standard, to set the aggression, to raise the bar even per se, and continue on their consistent run.
Yeah, man's got an eye tattooed on his arm, but they've also got the eye on the prize here with Fireflux just continuing that kind of performance today. And I think Jason was asking whether they could continue that momentum. And realistically, that was a fat game with a huge amount of eliminations, a total of 16 on top of the 15, so you get a 31-point total there with 3k damage. They really did fight for this one, and it seemed a bit sketchy quite a few times up against Tongjiabao. Again, though, Tongjiabao just not looking as hot in those team fights we've seen them before, and Fireflux able to cut through them in the end before making their way to that final stage.
Once again, Jason gets the prediction right as well, right? Goes for the safe pick of Fireflux and was rewarded with the win. I can only imagine how big his head is going to be as we head back to the desk. And honestly, I get it. I really do get it, because it seems like Fireflux, once they lock in on a target, they just don't stop until they take them out.
No, they don't. 1203 damage there from Solkay. Just really, really good stuff. SAMO with his nade eliminations of 2, which I can imagine came off the back of what was, in my opinion, an extremely good nade over towards Eastern Stars. They made the crash there. Just did not work out in their favor.
Let's head straight back to the desk and let us know what they think.
I don't know how I can fit my head in this little small box right now. Is have Fireflux? Well, I mean, I can grow it out a little bit more. I don't know. It's looking pretty, looking nice-ish. Yeah, Fireflux take home a victory. And again, the questions, as we heard Blank and Imperium referencing from me earlier on today, if they can maintain the momentum. Well, it seems they've been able to do so. And again, really not looking afraid when it comes to taking fights. And Max, I believe you were saying this when we were watching the game. They finish fights so quickly.
Yeah. It's insane. That 27 elimination game of yesterday, they would take a fight in a building, like a proper 4v4 fight, and even most of them were 3v4s, and it would end in, what, 15, 20 seconds, and then they instantly regroup. If they have to heal or res, they'll do it, and then instantly move on to the next fight. They always have something in mind, and they want to execute it every time. And look at that pull-up on TJB. So fast, they take one of the best positions in the circle, and from there on out, like it's Fireflux win all the way. There's no way you can contest it.
How do you quantify this? They are 100 eliminations, which is 24 ahead of anybody else. They are 4,500 damage ahead of third place damage dealer, which was Beşiktaş overall across these games so far. They are playing on another level. They're operating on another gear right now. They weren't even in that great a position, to be perfectly honest with you, playing the edge, but they're constantly strong with their sweeps, understanding when to deal with those backfills against, like I say, TJB against this. Fireflux, another level at the moment, Jason. Another level.
Yeah, and the question becomes, can anyone stop them? We obviously asked ourselves, or no, we talked about when we looked at the chart, right, between the top 8 teams. That's a little bit scary to see a team put up 50 points and then put up over 100 points the next day. And it's kind of like, Well, would you expect them to improve on that? Would you expect them to even come close to that kind of position? And with what we've seen in this first match, they might even surpass it with the way they're going. But Beşiktaş, though, able to finish off into second place with 18 points is nice to see. Again, they're currently sitting second overall as well, with Regnum there in third, as they got third here in this match. And fastPay Wildcats, you know, Maxman, you said they messaged you earlier today saying, please stop picking us so we can start doing good. And, well, they did all right.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, it was down to only one player, I believe it was. I think it was Lux, actually, that was just able to get a few eliminations of 4 Romanian Men. So, yeah, not an easy rotation. The circle just kept moving away from them up north. So, they're just trying to scramble a few extra placement points and elims, which they were able to do. So, yeah, as long as they don't get, like, some big 1, 2, 3-pointer games here, I think they won't be falling any further back. They already struggled quite a lot in day one, but at least they're not going to be able to lose too much out of this. So, we'll see if the climb continues, but good on fastPay Wildcats. They might have a good day because I'm not going to pick them.
Yeah, to be fair, they eliminated my team pick, which means that you were the problem this whole way along. I can't believe it. They eliminated 4 Romanian Men there. I did pick 4 Romanian Men based on the fact that they were kind of on that embankment, and I thought maybe they could push up quite handedly against some of these positions. They did get to the compound eventually, but yeah, just a little too many threats coming their way as they took hold of that compound.
What we did see, though, before we went to the second page, we had clear vision and 4 Romanian Men be our top European teams yet again. And they're the only teams on the front page overall when it comes to our standings. So there's maintaining that pace. We did get to see Game Lord up there on the front page. But as we move into the second, we can see Eastern Stars, Penta, TJB, UDR, Killers, X Team. So many European teams not able to break through into this front page on this first match. But they still have time. They still have 5 matches left to go. Surreal, unfortunately, after that first day of play, seem to have gone down the hill a bit here, and they need to have some saving grace to get themselves back into this.
Every team needs a saving grace at the moment, because the fact that Fireflux and Beşiktaş just took 1 and 2, they were already in a brilliant position points wise. Now this is getting scary for everybody else. They need to step up, but Fireflux is going to run with this kind of momentum once again. I'm terrified.
Well, Klaus, I wanted to head to this player stat for Fireflux just for, well, the reason of wanting to hear a sound out of you.
Another 2. Wait, was it last time both of these guys? Wasn't it both of these guys that got the?
It was Solkay and Kecth. Yeah.
Oh my days! What? Okay, so they're now having the internal battle as to who can take MVP, or I guess Peas might also have something to say about that. But these two, my. Wait, Kecth took 79 damage. Hello? Can someone shoot at this man? What's going on?
Well, it seems like if they do, they lose really quickly to him, because he's got 7 eliminations and 7 knocks.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually really impressive, right? Because when you look at the backlog of all of these players from the team, like we already mentioned this on broadcast on day 1, day 2, this is your super team of Turkey, right? That was the storyline that built up this team. And you have Solkay, you have Lutz, and you have Solkay coming in from Class Digital Athletics and also from Futbolist, right? Which are 2 huge teams in Turkey. And then you have Kecth, which I guess on paper you could say the least experienced players out of these 3 others, right? Because he was on Papahala, Supermassive Place, going back to that one. So yeah, and actually he has impressed me the most, especially on that 27 elimination game. He's always the one that enabled a lot of the time them to get in such a good position to get those frags. So I'm impressed with Kecth, and I can't wait to see where he'd be, potentially at the end of the year if they do make it to PMGC, because right now, this team in PMGC, they could deal with a lot of the top teams from the East, I would say.
I think Pairboy might have something to say about that. Pairboy in order. My boys, my boy Jim, I should say. You guys at home, again, we still want to see how you guys are watching PMPL here. So make sure to tweet. Also, you can use the hashtag PMPL EU Champ and let us know. I know we might have one later on today. I'm pretty sure, because I already saw it myself when taking a look at the images, and I am super jealous. But we'll see that happening a little bit later on. So to head to our commentators, though, to kick off our second match today, we're going to be heading over to Miramar, though, for our first time of the day.
What a way to kick things off on the day for Fireflux, with an excellent chicken dinner there. Absolutely still posting those numbers time and time again. Very impressive stuff, Imperium.
It's pretty incredible. Okay, when you mention, like Max did, around kind of the PMGC angle, it is a different story, because if you look at Game Lord in PMPL Western Europe and you look at them here, it's a completely different team, because you're going up against tougher competition, as it will be for Fireflux. However, when you're talking about sending that message to the rest of the global teams, when you're talking about aiming towards PMGC, Fireflux seem to be a cut above the rest in every sense of the word. They are being matched, though, John, by Beşiktaş and Regnum Carrier, at least in today's game so far, that one game. So the top 3 battle still raging on.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, with the 20-point gap between first and second now, it is going to be difficult to close that down, but there's still plenty of games to do so, right? You know, a big chicken dinner with one of them having a poor game, that's sort of the measure that you're going to be looking for, and all of these teams are capable of getting those big chicken dinners. You look at Fireflux, who currently sat with 3 chicken dinners, sure, 27 eliminations. We know they can get huge chicken dinners, 8 and 16. Beşiktaş with 14 elimination chicken dinner, and then Regnum Kaya 14 and 13 elimination chicken dinners as well on the 2 that they've been able to get done. We are going to go to a quick video about the Fireflux gamers whilst we get ready for this next match.
Fireflux thought that they had formed a star-studded roster for the competitive season. But, as it turned out, despite coming in as tournament favourites, the team had a terrible start in PMPL Turkey this season. Not qualifying for the first Super Weekend brought in a ton of questions about the team's synergy. Many suspected the Fireflux ambitious plans may fail. Taking things seriously, the team picked itself up pretty fast in the following week. After a 4th place finish in Super Weekend 2 with an impressive amount of consistency, the team found itself back on track. The team then added a fiery performance in Week 3 with a 20 elimination chicken dinner as the team blasted off towards the finals.
Bulundu. Gördü bu sefer Loxi'yi gördü. Kecth şu anda aranıyor. Lats şu anda aranıyor. Sağa doğru çıktılar. Solkay mermileri gönderdi. Son skorlar kimden gelir emin değilim ama Tron bu puanı kolay kolay vermeyecek gibi. Çalının arasında
After a worrisome beginning on the first day of the finals, the team made some strategic adjustments as the window of opportunities was slowly coming to a close. Fireflux kicked off day 2 with a win in the very first match and an 18 elimination victory on the last match of the day, securing their ticket for the European Championship. However, a 7th place finish in the finals is not befitting of a team this strong. While Fireflux is still in the process of understanding their full potential, they prefer a flexible approach to rotations. Operating from lucrative areas such as Georgepol, San Martin and Kampong, they try both center and edge strategies according to the shift of the circle. Solkay, the IGL's contributions to the team has been paramount. And a leader who's been the MVP of the PUBG Mobile World League 2020 West Division definitely has the potential to deliver more. Joined by his longtime teammate Lutz and poster boys such as Kecth and Solkay, no other team from Turkey looks this good on paper. Even so, in the boiling competition of the European Championship, ruling vantage points won't be that easy. Stay tuned for the PMPL EU Championship Spring 2022 as they go toe-to-toe against the best of Europe.
Right in the mix of the Miramar game. After that quick little debrief about the Fireflux gameplay, about their style, about Solkay's prowess in that IGL position and in the West League as well. And they should be ready and fresh to go for this next game. Map number 2 on the day.
With the volatility of PUBG Mobile, especially when you interlock regions against each other, it's rare that a video can come across so accurately compared to the team's performance of the tournament, right? Because obviously the videos can be recorded a couple of weeks before the start of the tournament. And what Max said and the script that was written and what he described about the team, the nails being hit on the head. And we also talked to the Turkish talent about the Turkish teams in the lead up. And one thing that was noted about Fireflux was that their comms was a little bit lacking in that regard. They struggled in some ways, and of course you got to put that partly down to the amount of stars that are on the team, right? And that does involve egos, and that was maybe within reason what was setting them back in this EU Championships. It's quite obvious that they fixed their comms, they've fixed their egos per se, and they're just all in unison of getting the job done, the game in, game out.
Absolutely. Seems like they really have pulled it all together here so far. Qualifying as 7th from their region as well. It's a massive step up from their previous outing in their regional stage to come here into the European Championship and absolutely destroy everybody else that's in their way right now. They are absolutely playing the aggressive track. They are making it work for them. It did take them about a day to get ready. But once they were on that horse, it's been very difficult to dismount them.
Phase 1 is a little bit down on that southwest side. Lost the owners in towards the center the circle. You have Clear Vision and Picado, so they have a really solid entry point into a strong position of this phase 1. Regnum Carrier a little bit down south in that split drop phase. UDR killers on that power grid hill. It's important that they look to do everything that they can to somewhat stick together around that Picado hill / edge of Picado hill. Get some sightlines on the likes of Clear Vision early on. Be careful and aware of Fireflux or in San Martin to the north of them for the time being, and see what they can do leading into phase 2, phase 3.
Surreal sharing Los Leones with 4 Romanian men. Move towards the south side of the map with the circle slap bang in the middle. Not going to have to move for quite a while, depending on how many teams want to move into this territory. The hills to that north side of Los Leones could prove to be valuable. Grabbing those vehicles as well, always going to have that value. So we'll see which of these two teams is going to be able to get the lion's share of the useful resources in Los Leones. We'll have to wait and see. But it's a fairly even spread, and it's a fairly fair spread as well for a lot of these teams. There are paths for everyone to move on in to this next circle, and we'll see where they opt to station themselves.
It's going to be tough, John, for Nexuria, at least the way we see it at the moment. They're in El Pozo. You have S2G in Monte Nuevo. You have UDR killers, like I said, in that spread. Yeah, they could go for a direct rotation past Minas or past Monte Nuevo early on, but that still poses its own risks, right? Especially with Getso a little bit to the east of S2G. So for me, Nexuria, just play a little bit more of a patient game. Wait until the tail end of phase 2. There is a good chunk of high ground to the north of Monte Nuevo where you can at least get some scouting done and allow yourself to not get caught out, and then play into wherever phase 2 goes. So out of the teams that are in skirted around the map, Nexuria to me have the initial trickiest rotation into the circle.
See if they're able to navigate that tricky terrain ahead of them. Fireflux, the belle of the ball, currently sat out in San Martin on the northern side, the edge of this next circle, as it will come through in just a while. Peace sends a pan out. Doesn't want that one. That one's got a bit of rust in it. He wants to see if he can find himself a new one.
Ain't nothing wrong with a rusty pan.
I would say there's quite a lot wrong with a rusty pan.
Well, okay, in terms of in real life, yes. But I would also argue it depends on what you're using that pan for.
In what... I challenge you to tell me a context in which a rusty pan is better than a non-rusted pan.
If you're using it to throw at somebody like you do in PUBG Mobile.
Why would that make it better?
It doesn't make it better, it just doesn't make it worse.
Well, I'd argue that it might do, you see, because rust is a lot more brittle than the iron that it rusts from, right? Iron oxide is incredibly brittle compared to iron, which would hurt a lot more. What's going to hurt more, right? Like a handful of sand or a stone when it's thrown at you. Obviously, that's quite a dramatic example.
If it's literally a handful of sand, yes, but I would argue that the impact in which a fresh non-rusty pan is thrown at, if it's at a certain speed compared to a rusty pan, is no different. I'd be willing to test it, John.
It depends. Okay, you be the target, and I'll throw pans at you. And
I'll do it, man. If it means that I'm right, man, I'll do it.
We'll see which one you come the worst off for, but we'll have to wait until after this tournament, I'm sure. And I'll tell you one thing: there certainly ain't no rust on a lot of these players. They are absolutely gleaming, sparkling, ready for this tournament. Some more so than others. Some have been getting their waxed coatings, making sure that they are completely immune to the elements. But there have been a couple of slip-ups from a couple of these teams, and I think most notably it's a bit of a regional disparity, right? Western Europe has not had the best time in these overall standings so far.
That kind of does. I don't really want to think this, but I'm slightly forced to. The results from the likes of TJB, Eastern Stars, and Game Lord, those three teams specifically in the PMPL Western Europe finals, and the strength that they showed in that specific finals, did that leave them with a bit of a mindset of not really needing to prepare as heavily for the European Championships? I don't want to think that, because I really believe that all these teams do take the preparation seriously and understand the difference between a Western Europe event and a European Championship involving Turkish teams. But when you look at their results and the sloppiness around Game Lord's mistakes and the lack of adaptability, bar a couple of games from TJB, and the volatility of Eastern Stars, and you compare that to Clear Vision and 4 Romanian Men, who for the most part have been somewhat consistent in their results, it does allow me to think that those two teams that are doing well recognize that they need to put in a lot more work off the back of less convincing results in the Western Europe finals.
Max's favourites, the fastPay Wildcats, duking it out with Surreal at the moment. 2 of them already down, though, so those knocks not going their way just yet. But they look like they might be able to res at least one. They did get a knock back onto Jetgill as well on the high ground. They're looking to suppress some more. Defoe does get flushed on out. That's the first elimination of the game there, going over to Cheetah for Surreal. Jetgill not rezzed up just yet, but they are in a position to do so. Surreal can keep themselves at 4.
I look at this as strong adaptability from Surreal. If you think back to the previous Miramar game where it ended on the high ground to the northeast of Los Leones, fastPay Wildcats were there early on. Surreal weren't. They kind of stayed locked in the city, and Wildcats got a very strong result, including eliminating Surreal in the tail end of the game. In this game, when you see that phase 1 leading into phase 2 that is hovering towards that northeast of Los Leones, Surreal thought, okay, well, we're going to maintain the high ground, we're going to push Wildcats back, and that has resulted in a couple of eliminations. So good stuff from Surreal to see that adaptability day to day.
Good start to the game for them. 5th place currently, you can see that top of your screens, 97 points, tied up with 4 Romanian Men. And not too far ahead of the teams just behind them as well. A lot of teams clustered in that sub-3rd position area. It's really quite tight towards the top, vying for those 4th place finishes. And there is quite a lot of money for getting up there. 4th place, $10,000. So it's not something that you want to ignore in the slightest. Clear Visions looking to take the fight at the moment with UDR Killers just right next to them. HAMODY around the side. Ulysses as well with the backup there. And Clear Vision lose one around the edge. ArHaPY on the inside. Gonna trade that off. Playing for the inside of the building. And Ulysses now around the door frame. Wants to try and suppress this. Wants to save the teammate. Pushes in. Gets the spray. VINDEX in as well. But Ulysses not going to go down without a fight. The spray is good and lands a second as well. SAMO up the top is taken care of. And Ulysses handles the inside of the building. Clear Vision eliminated. UDR Killers alive with 4.
For how positive Clear Vision have been in the game so far, that was definitely a bit of a yikes, a bit of a mistake in my eyes. When you look at where both these two teams drop, UDR realistically shouldn't have been ahead of Clear Vision at that point. It was a bit of a crash from Clear Vision. They didn't have the full squad up. They paid the ultimate price. Great defense from UDR.
For Romanian Men, they dropped in Los Leones, and there they have stayed. REDOXbot have moved in the meantime, but they found the neighbors a little bit rowdier than maybe they would have liked, losing one to a nade around the side. Beast wants to spray against Sarah, but not going to be able to find that on the downside for Romanian Men. Their player down and out isn't going to be able to stay alive for too much longer as Beast drops down and gets that flush for them. 3 players there. Rez coming through for REDOXbot, but a nice nade from Redox handles Beast on the ground floor. Sarah pushes in, looks for the flush, and will be able to find it.
However, they do need to be careful. S2G are a little bit to the west of these two teams. It's on that low ground. However, they could look to get involved. And hearing the shots, hearing the knocks and tracking the eliminations, they might recognize that, hey, a couple of these players from both teams are down and out. We are a full squad. Focus from UDR. He's going to get an off angle from the north side onto one of the S2G players.
Bit of a third party there from the UDR Killers across the way, and that might allow this to not be third partied, right? UDR Killers suppressing these approaches. Kecthie spots Focus and answers back with a volley. Nicely found there. In the meantime, Soulless is just pumping out the damage. I mean, this is the clutch master for S2G. You do expect it from him. And they are going to secure themselves that position near Los Leones. putting pressure back over to the UDR killers, necessary right now, but they can't third-party this fight just yet.
Making note of the circle as we head into the tail end of phase 2, phase 3 popping up. There is a lot of space on the southern side of phase 2, which, to be fair, continues to be, and it's going to shift down south. So the teams who are up north, it's going to be so tricky on the rotation because, yes, you can technically directly go through Los Leones, and it could work for likes of Surreal. However, in itself, that poses a lot of risks, and it's going to funnel teams basically either side of the city.
And in general as well, the west to east traversal of Los Leones is far easier than the north to south. There aren't really that many routes that you can take straight on through fast in vehicles. If you're going across, you can just stick to those main streets, but it's a little bit harder to move north to south. The terrain and the buildings just don't really lend it to fast vehicle rotations. You can see there that's just sort of a hodgepodge of buildings that really make it a struggle. But either way, look at that. Surreal are going to try it. They're going to go a little bit slower through those buildings, but they are going to regroup, move down towards the south. That's the rotate you were maybe looking for there. And teams are starting to swarm around the edge.
So one team that I thought could pull it off. TJB need to get up as a full squad for the most part, and shots from 4 Romanian men connecting onto UDR killers. I don't know what it is with the rotation from UDR. You can do better than that, guys. Come on.
I mean, they are all still alive for now. There was a nade sent their way. And if they get into these buildings, they can start to work the terrain. They can start to work these buildings and move further south. It'll be a little bit slower going, but they can survive. They have 4 eliminations already after handling clear vision. And sure, it might be slow. It might not be optimal, but it's a chance at survival.
Fair. And in this lobby, when there's just so much heavy hitting going on between the top 3 teams, surviving is kind of the name of the game for a lot of these teams. That comes with its own risks, of course, as you are relying on teams around you to go down earlier. And the survivability plays through. It is the aim indeed. Fireflux playing on the northwest side is pretty positive indeed. Xray to the south of them across the road, and Eastern Stars, they may have dropped in around the La Bandida, but it seems like they're going for a familiar path line on towards the southeastern side of this phase 3.
Well, they're going pretty fast as well. They want to play on the outskirts to Fireflux on that western side of Los Leones. Xray a little bit further out. I like the positions for the teams out into the south of Los Leones right now. I feel like they might have some of the better spots. Game Lord late to the party, as is their current game strategy. It's not really working out too well for them in terms of points gain. But Eastern Stars seem to have a similar idea on the east edge of this circle.
Game Lord, they are prioritizing that kind of high ground a little bit further into the eastern side, while Eastern Stars swing a bit further down south. It is going to be a south shift on phase number 4. Great for Wildcats, pretty solid for TJB, albeit they're going to have a lot of teams swinging from the north. And Getso, strong compound on that kind of northwestern side, either side of the road. It's going to be tough, as a lot of teams going to be focusing on them.
Regnum Karya nades over towards the 4 Romanian men, and they are losing players thick and fast, trying to leave their position. It's the danger of the urban environment. Flush is coming through really, really quickly, and 4 Romanian men now down to just 1 player and 2 elimination points there. Unfortunate. Fireflux try to move in very central and Getso cut across one of them, taking one of their players down, and they are now left with 3 on the western edge of this next circle.
Before Surreal can move into the circle, they've got to make sure that their backs are covered, and it's very difficult in an urban environment, right? Because you have a lot of buildings covering teams and protecting them, and you're relying on either a solid spread or the footsteps of the teams around you. And right now it's Penta and UDR killers that are surrounding them like bees to honey.
We got the predictions coming through. TJB, Beşiktaş, and Eastern Stars prediction from Kalaris. I mean, fair enough. They are currently sat in a southeasterly position. You can just catch them at the southeast side there. TJB holding down near those silos there on the south side of Los Leones, and Beşiktaş currently very, very central. A player down for them, 2 players down, in fact. So they might struggle. If they can get these reses off, though, and start to establish their perimeter, they might be able to fend off the approaching forces.
I'm actually surprised Jason didn't pick Fireflux, to be fair. So that's a bit of a nice change coming through. I get why we would go for TJB, as far as I know, that he went for. I do get it, indeed. As
Maybe
they control that northern side outside of the city.
Maybe his crystal ball's busted this time around. You know, it's you can't quite see into the future on this one. He's a little bit less Mystic Meg on this one. Let's go with that. But TJB going to have to push down south, maybe, if they don't want to be the headstone that teams are going to crash from Los Leones towards.
And TJB are certainly putting in the work. They take down Regnum Carry, and that is one of the strengths of their position, right? They're able to kind of just filter through the teams that are swinging from that city, and wiping out Regnum is a good start. They can follow with potentially 4 Romanian Men, maybe Kecthie, maybe UDR Killers, as 4 Romanian Men tried to disengage, but it's not going to be the case.
They're blasted to oblivion there. Not going to be able to make that cross. The buggy serves as potential terrain cover, actually, to be able to use. TJB now embroiled in engagements with the teams moving on from that north side. Seemingly doing pretty well, holding them all off for now. TJB with 1 player knocked, holding off against Surreal. They got that res off. So they are going to be at full fighting force on the northern side. Langzy holding on that crossroads as well. In a pretty solid position now. Penta looking to leave this hillside, but there are sights trained their way. Langzy does get tickled there. Will get flushed out by Surreal as well on the back foot.
I just don't get this. Like, TJB have got to stop being so stubborn with these splits so late into the game. They have such a good position. Just solidify it as a full squad. Really, just lock it down as a full squad. One got knocked inside this area. The revive came through. Langzy still decided to stay in the crossroads as if, yeah, okay, I'm gatekeeping. Another team just pushes in and gets the elimination, and TJB are under pressure once more.
UDR Killers, current elimination leaders. 4 players alive move in. Nade to GK first. They need to move south towards this next circle, and TJB stand in their way. Penta have oversight onto this whole fight, meaning that only the lower side of this compound is really movable and workable for the UDR Killers. You can see they're using the buildings for cover. They can't break out to the left.
What's important is that they stop the revive in any way being initiated onto GK first, suppressing TJB. The one thing they need to consider is the phase 5 shift to go up north. So this area of the map, this area of the circle, is going to be so much more of a target for the likes of Penta, for Wildcats, for the likes of X Team who are outside the circle.
Nades keep on pressuring GK first, but finally Langx looking to get that res, but even that's cancelled as UDR Killers push on up. Penta still trying to look at it. It might be broadside to Penta as they go for the spray. Lin fighting one, but there's more damage pouring on through, and they have to be careful. Flushes might start to come through if they are not wary of their surroundings. GK first, finally red. Spray around the corner, not really going to land. Does do some suppression work, though. 2 players alive for TJB. 3 players up and kicking for UDR Killers as he pushes in. Salazar easily dispatches Langx there. Now they're just up against GK first. Previously knocked and will get knocked once more. The drop shot is good. UDR Killers stay alive. 3 players are in the fray.
They recognized what they needed to do. They lay down the foundations of the smokes. They were constantly pressuring from building to building. A deserving squad out from UDR Killers, and just a horribly missed opportunity from TJB trying to commit to heavy splits across the board. Eastern Stars picked up an elimination onto one of the Game Lord players. Game Lord are now in their own fight with Wildcats and indeed Beşiktaş. One of the picks, the Maxman pick, surviving for the time being.
3 players on Beşiktaş roster right now and under the sightlines of Getso, but that's just drawn short as the vehicle runs straight into that sightline. Fireflux eliminated in the meantime on the southwestern side. Crunched behind this engagement. Beşiktaş looking to move on forward. SonHP does get knocked, so only 2 players now standing. The circle shifts up north. That's towards UDR Killer's position, towards Surreal.
So difficult now for Eastern Stars for Xray for the final player. Beşiktaş and Eastern Stars looking to clear out Xray, their neighbors in the land of Miramar.
Xray trying to put the nades over towards Kapahala, but he's having none of it. Shrugs it off. No damage found. Nades answered as well for the Eastern Stars. Towards the backline, Bazzy picking up a little bit more damage than maybe he'd like there, but still should be fairly doable. Let's look at this crash from Surreal onto the position in the middle of this divot there. Was able to take down Langzy. That was the forward marker for TJB that stopped them from getting that regroup. Peace gets knocked for Beşiktaş in the meantime, but Eastern Stars are still going. All four of them are alive. Next Ruya, low, up in smoke goes the vehicle. A nade over the top finds Frozen. Takes another player very, very low. Dokkan Machine around the headland will get taken down, and Eastern Stars pick up 5 elimination points now. 4 players alive. This is a good start to their northwards movements.
Their strongest map has always proven to be Miramar when it's all said and done, and they showed it in the European Championships. They're showing it in this game, and as time was ticking, the blue zone closing in, it was so important that they got the squad out on the next area for S2G. However, they sent 2 players into the northern edge of the circle. 2 of their teammates now back still behind the circle.
Eastern Stars have a long way to go. S2G making that crash forwards, playing this ridgeline. They'll have it available. If they pop those nades on top of Surreal, it's really nowhere that they can go. They are just going to get shut down. Cheetah trying a happy feet around the damage, but it's going to be so much harder to get away from when you're playing in this divot. Right up at the edge, really the only place you can be. That's going to be predictable for teams like Beşiktaş to move on through into this position. Penta eliminated. That was on the eastern side. There's a little bit more space for teams like fastPay Wildcats, for Game Lord as well. As Peace gets sat down once more.
Lovely play by S2G. By the time they got really down and dirty in day 3 of the European Championships, Eastern Stars could be looking in for a bit of a backstab on the Beşiktaş as they are hovering into the edge of the circle. Another knock on the SonHP. That leaves Beşiktaş down to just 1 player, Zessy, in the blue.
And the timing of this could not be better for the Eastern Stars. They move up just as this engagement is starting to bubble over for the teams on the east. fastPay Wildcats and Game Lord both going at it, leaving their southern flank a little bit less covered off. You can see them lighting up that elimination feed as Game Lord take the tumble, and the Eastern Stars have managed to make a big amount of ground up from that south side. And now the fastPay Wildcats are going to have to move their direction.
This circle shift, though, John, that is a harsh circle shift. It's mainly road play, right? On the crossroad, the dip and the divot that Surreal Esports has is inside the circle, but it's incredibly difficult to hold on to because it's really a magnet for nades.
Playing off this ridgeline on the top is probably going to be one of the winning positions in this next circle, but there are 3 teams that are looking at it right now. Eastern Stars, if they can fend off players from getting to it, they might be able to control it.
Either way, they've had a hell of a game so far. I think that's 6 or 7 eliminations now on board, and their European counterparts, UDR Killers, up to 11 eliminations, John.
UDR Killers will have to move, but for now, they have this high ground. Eastern Stars getting these reses off. They are playing a 2-2 split in this circle. UDR Killers spraying down over onto S2G. Rip 7 absolutely torn to shreds. Focus looks for more, but is sat back by a volley of fire. Excellent responding spray, but so are Beşiktaş. They are going to fall yet again. Eastern Stars suffering in the meantime. There's been a push. 2 players go down. Only 2 alive for the Eastern Stars. ATHIS and Kapahala, they're split from one another. S2G can't get this flush onto Kapahala just yet, but UDR Killers can look to move on through.
The one thing is, I don't think ATHIS is in the sightline of UDR Killers. That's one thing I will say. No, ATHIS is going to make it across the road and he's going to go for the revive onto his comrade, while Wildcats take the fight against UDR.
They even the numbers yet again. This is going to be a 2-2-2-1 circle. If this nade over the top's good, it might even take out a whole team. It's just the damage, though, to be found. And Flux will feel it. Focus looks for the transfer on the spray, but there's teammates to back it up. Excellent response from Salazar, but that slows the UDR Killers, allows Eastern Stars to start to take control of this next zone.
Like a slithering snake, Salazar steps up, but he doesn't have time to go for the revive. That leaves him as the solo player for UDR Killers. He's in the edge of the circle. Can his teammate crawl his way in? Yes, he can. So UDR will be able to get back up as a duo, John. This is so important as the circle once again centers up on the roadside.
It's going to play both sides of this road. Eastern Stars, I think they're going to have to cross. The divot there is still in. The high ground affords vision over to the other side of the road for the UDR killers as well.
I like that Eastern Stars are playing a 1-1 split as well. It's really the best of what is a tough situation for them, John.
Very difficult maneuvers in the future for every single team here. S2G looking to just try and hold it down for now. Salazar crawls forwards. Open territory in front. Very difficult move to make. Pocus. Oh, I think he might have spotted Kapahala. No, not yet. And silhouetted on this ridgeline. Kapahala might stand up. If Pocus cooks this nade at the wrong time, he moves forwards. He could get knocked just about ducks behind the headland, and the position is given away for Kapahala. Now he's in danger. Maybe time for S2G to start to stand up, but ATHIS can control this a little bit as well.
I would argue Hamzy should stay absolutely silent inside that divot. In my opinion, he shouldn't be moving a muscle. I get Kapahala might have an idea that he's there, but the less you move, the less chance you're going to get spotted, the less chance you're going to get pushed.
ATHIS is in a crucial position. If he has value there, he can control it. The shots in the divot might allow the peak, and up he pops from the divot as well. He's not going to be silent, but Kapahala is going to fall. Hamzy looks for the spray, but there's the knock from ATHIS.
Perfect.
There's the flush. One player for each team alive. Kapahala has the information on the outside. Salazar will be peeking, and ATHIS handles it.
Oh my
Excellent position there, but he needs the spray from the divot. Hamzy might be able to strike from the shadows, staying alive for as long as possible, but he can't quite eke it out right at the end. Looks for the reload, but no, the Eastern Stars push on through. And the guns are blazing for the Eastern Stars on the south side. Excellent chicken dinner found on Miramar.
One of the most exciting finishes to a game. Tail best to my Eastern Stars boys in grabbing that chicken dinner winner. It could have gone either way, right? It nearly should have been S2G as he stepped up out of the divot. UDR did such a good job playing down the hill. They did have the toughest task and they tried their best until the bitter end. But ATHIS, he clutched up when he needed to and he got the chicken dinner for his team.
That's what you want to see. That is an excellent chicken dinner as well, not just for Eastern Stars, but for Western European fans as well.
Indeed.
In a time where a lot of these teams are not looking as strong as maybe we would have liked them to. That's what you want to be able to swing out with. You've got Pocus topping the charts from UDR Killers. You've got Eastern Stars taking that chicken dinner. You've got Game Lord in there with the Top Traveler Award, which maybe not as prestigious as the other ones, but there's still some representation there. You like to see it.
Oh, sorry. Where's the Turkish players in that? What? Longest elimination? Psh, shit, that means nothing. Western Europe all the way. And that actually one thing is I have noticed that the strongest map for the Western European teams has been Miramar.
That's true. Although there were some strong performances from the Turkish teams in that last one. We can't really ignore that. But either way, we're going to go to a short break and we're going to just feel happy for the next couple of minutes about Eastern Stars taking the chicken dinner.
I wanted to be the only one with a point today, but Kalaris, your Eastern Stars pick coming through strong. That's you and me tied at 1 apiece, and Maxman on a lonely 0. Just imagine if we go the next day, next 2 days, because technically with Max Men being punished.
All the punishments for Max. I mean, it's looking that way at the moment, right?
Yeah. Yes, my lord. Are the punishments going to stack or something? I know they just.
I have an idea.
Right? So,
I think I want to
like
get in
this.
contact with your mom and see if she has any old baby photos of you, and we can like show some like old terrible photos of Max Men when he was younger.
I mean, normally she watches these, so like, please, mom, don't do it, please.
Mom Max.
I love the
Mama.
idea that all the punishments stack, so then he has to be like, yes, my lord, whilst rubbing his tummy, whilst showing baby pictures every time he's like doing something. And it's like, whoa!
All right, well, let's take a look at our match rankings, though, get an idea of Eastern Stars, the points they got, as well as some other teams out there. UDR killers, though. I mean, we talk about Eastern Stars, but that was a massive step up out of a team who honestly needed the points.
Yeah, I mean, Pokers has been absolutely insane. What was it? Almost 1,700 damage in that game. They were clearing out most of those teams and those positions to win the southern side of Los Leones. Like, man, this is UDR killers that you love to see every once in a while. And when you look at UDR, Pokers is like the clutch master of the team that we've seen a few times perform in the Western European PMPL. So that's amazing to see. And we need to see a little bit more Western Europe representation. So no, having these top two teams being Eastern Stars and UDR killers gives a little bit of hope. But we're still seeing some teams able to clap up a little bit more, and Beşiktaş able to get himself 12 points this game. Once again, goes to highlight their consistency in the game where they didn't even really make it super fast. 6 eliminations and 6 placement points. They just keep getting that every single time, and they're just not slowing down.
And I suppose I should justify my choice with Eastern Stars actually taking the dub here. To be fair, towards the end of the game, I didn't think any of those teams deserved it. It was such a mess. It was chaos. No, actually, I take that back. Obviously, you know, they got themselves to there and it was a bit scrappy and things like that. But what a crazy ending we saw between all of this. Eastern Stars, though, they had, when we made our prediction, huge area in the south of that circle. So I thought that, you know, they were going to be able to use that. Unfortunately for them, though, it was hard shift after hard shift after hard shift away from them. So kudos to them for being able to toil through that. But I didn't think they were gonna after it had all gone down.
Yeah, I mean, 27 points, excuse me. I again, for like the teams from Europe are struggling here, but for Eastern Stars, I feel like we've had our hopes built up for them for such a long time, but every time we build them up, we just seem to be let down. Maybe this is finally them turning things around if they can continue this kind of steam. And if I'm not mistaken, Carlos, you also mentioned, I think you said they won 2 out of the last 3 Miramars?
Yeah, and that's kind of influenced me a little bit on the prediction as well. I liked the way in which yesterday when they won a Miramar, I liked the way that kind of they were playing it slow, kind of analyzing how the other teams were moving ahead of them when approaching the circle. So I think they do have a decent mastery of the desert at the moment, and it's shining through with 2 out of the 3 wins in the past 3 Miramars.
We're seeing Clear Vision at the bottom. I was looking at Clear Vision against, like, they were like the top European team, right? Well, the Western European team for this one, and they're a little bit up and down, topsy-turvy for them, it does seem. But I mean, Flux not getting himself a good game, could be opening opportunities for, you know, some teams a little bit higher up, especially I'm looking at Beşiktaş able to once again remain consistent. That's the big thing, right? If Beşiktaş remain consistent, and we do have a little bit of a drop off for Flux, even though they still had a really good game one, like that could be the difference maker at the end of this tournament. But I'm not really too scared. Flux, in how good they've been on the last 2 days, like they can afford like one bad match. It happens to the best of us.
Okay. I will say, Jason, we've done this prediction thing for 1, 2, 6, 7, 8 games. You're on a 50% like win here at the moment. 50% of the time you're predicting who's winning. That's bloody impressive.
I'm the analyst now?
There you go.
I don't know. Maxman, you ready to take over?
I mean, I got only one right prediction right now. It's the one where we all picked next Rhea, so...
oh, wow. Oh, that's right.
That's true, yeah. That's
the only time we picked, you then also got it right. Yeah.
Ugh. I don't know what's going to be coming up next. Actually, I do know what's coming up next, actually. We talked a little bit about UDR Killers, obviously coming in second place. We wanted to take a look at a certain player on the team. The damage this man did, Pocus, really carrying UDR Killers through extremely well here. You can see he was top on a limbs, top on damage, top on assists, knocks, heals as well.
Damn.
This man was pumping this last game.
I will say, Max, and actually like looking at their position that they were in, obviously they were kind of in that industrial area and the most important thing about that industrial area, once the circle has shifted away kind of from Los Leones and stuff like that, is Pocus lying down on top of those silos and getting a great line of sight on almost the entire field there to be able to take those shots. It's a place where you can lie down, take those shots, and if you just slightly move backwards, nobody can see you because everyone's lower than you. So it's a brilliant vantage point here to be able to stage your game from.
And I think a lot of teams will also iron out that positions towards silos where UDR were because a lot of positions over, especially on the east and the southeast, are high ground positions where you can actually look over there. But the thing is, if you want to get to that position, it's a lot of flat terrain all around it, so teams are not really going to push it. So they were safe for a pretty big majority of that game. But I don't know if you saw that push of UDR versus TJB. They literally just all pushed like one corridor and were all spraying everywhere. It was the weirdest push I think I've ever seen. Probably explains the 1,700 damage from Focus there, but it was a fun push. But at the end, as you said, really strong position. They played it down to a T almost, I would say. So good to see from them.
Okay. Well, you know, it's also good to see how you guys at home are watching the show here. We actually do have a submission, I believe, coming through. Remember, you can tweet to us, also post on Instagram with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ. And we got a little kitty in there.
So... Can't actually see the game, just the cat's head.
Don't need to see the game. I see the cat. I'm happy.
They love laptops now. I mean, I'm allergic to cats, so I don't quite know the ins and outs, but I know that laptops are warm and cats like sitting on warm things, right?
Yeah. I want to see what Floof would have to say about this, actually. With this.
Yeah.
I don't get the school gel comment, though. School gel clown at the bottom.
School gel?
You don't know about school gel?
Oh, school gel! Oh, yeah!
School, yeah. You got school, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
No? Okay. Yeah, well, if you want to maybe inform me what school gel is, just make sure you post to the hashtag PMPL EU Champ and show us how you're watching, and then you can have like on a little note explain, or maybe in the comments so I can learn. But it's time to head over to our commentators. We're going to be hopping out into our third match of the day. Take it away, gentlemen.
Going into map number 3, a little bit of a chaotic end to the Miramar, but you love to see it. I especially liked Hamzy just playing peekaboo in that little divot, and that was a big fun game for me.
I don't think he kind of expected to live as long as he did, honestly, inside there. No one tossed nades at him. He was just kind of chilling, which is fair play. In the meantime, Eastern Stars couldn't quite decide between the west or the east side, just running backwards and forwards. Seemed to work out in the end. Some very good positioning, though, from Eastern Stars overall to kind of pull that one out of the bag, although it just was such an unorthodox end to Miramar overall. You really have to feel sorry for UDR Killers, though, with what was a very strong spot on the hillside, and then you just get shift after shift, which was just unbelievable, ending up on Hamzy's little ditch. So we've had some extremely fun little things going on.
And that was a position that was crashed on for a while, actually. Like, I think there were about 4 or 5 crashes into that ditch alone, where people just kept piling on in. You love to see it. So yeah, I mean, it's a nice little change for them. But we're going to go to a short video about the Eastern Stars after their victory.
There's no better tool than consistency to keep your banner wavering at the top of any tough competition. And Eastern Stars continues to shine as one of the brightest from Europe with their unfaltering run in the PMPL Western Europe Spring 2022.
Is on half HP, and that's another day. Kapahala finds it. Redox looks for more as well, but no, he can't get it done. Eastern Stars in the last seconds. It's Dorin to clutch it out.
Kapahala, the IGL, led the team to yet another podium finish this time, while ATHIS and Bazzi, the scout and the support, played their role with absolute beauty. Octavian stood out as the best performing fragger in the lobby, stealing the finals MVP title from the other big guns. There wasn't a day in the competition when the team seemed out of sync. Accumulating an even amount of points throughout all of the Super Weekends, Eastern Stars finished 3rd in the league stage. But while hot favourites like Gamelord and Big faced a lot of hiccups trying to maintain that same consistency in the finals, Eastern Stars carried on with the same pace. When the competition grew very close on day 3, the team already had 2 chicken dinners secured.
A lot of ways, they looked like they were just cruising in terms of resting.
But it was the last match of the finals where Octavian solo carried the team to a top 3 finish and secured the right amount of points to take over the French nemesis Gamelord and beat them to the podium finish on the final scoreboard. With extreme edge drop locations like Mill to Power, Impala and Hatin, Eastern Stars operate with flexible rotation path, offering them a diverse set of choices when it comes to picking or avoiding fights.
Kind of trying to figure out where they're going to be hiding. Dirty falls down, Octavian, amazing spray.
And over the years, the team has developed unbeatable synergy with their own playstyle. Considering the most central playstyle of Turkish teams, Eastern Stars is likely to play by strength in the European Championship. Stay tuned to find out how their game plan holds up on the bigger stage.
Well, there you have it, a little dive into the Eastern Stars after their victory there on Miramar, seeing if they can clamber their way up on out of, as Kylaris coined the term, the Western European graveyard on the second page of the tables.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a graveyard down there, to be honest with you, at the moment. We just want to have these teams kind of crawl out from the dirt and reintroduce themselves to the living at the moment towards the top side, although starting to look a little bit more shaky as we start to see some of these teams towards the top side just have a massive jump up of points, and that's continuing to go through. Flux really haven't changed all that much since that last game. It's at 195 points at the moment, but Beşiktaş obviously 185 now, so definitely catching up despite just not looking as on fire, but they're still putting up some massive points, and I think a lot of that can be boiled down to just surviving for so long. They're definitely very resilient when it comes to those endgame circles, and even if it doesn't look like they're doing amazingly well or fragging out their mines, they're still present, and I think that is a major factor in a lot of these tournaments you need to have going for you, is just remaining that top 5. You get that frequently, you are more likely going to be in the top 5.
Let's take a look at those tables on the left as well. That's that point gap that you were talking about, right? 172 dropping down to 109 in 3rd to 4th place. That is, quickly, numbers, 63 points of a difference there, Blank.
Numbers?
I know. 63 points difference between S2G and Regnum Kaya, whereas 1st place to 3rd place drops only 23 points. So that is a much smaller gap in that top 3 spot. So we're seeing that clear peloton start to streak out in front. Circle pops southwest.
For a lot of these teams towards the northeast to make their way through again, and I'm looking at Beşiktaş in particular. I think I've taken my eyes off Game Lord now, unfortunately. I think we've highlighted a lot what's going a little bit wrong for them, and it doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon. So for Beşiktaş, again, these are one of those more difficult circles for them, although they have found a pretty decent route down towards the actual middle of the island through Clear Vision, just past Penta as well. That seems to work out for them fairly well a lot of times, so big respect to them if they can make that happen this game. For Romanian Men, it's a happy day circle for them again here. We've had this quite frequently today, or at least in the first game. So we'll see what For Romanian Men can get done. Something else you can get done is make sure that you're watching the show. Come on, guys. You get those free permanent rewards available to you. I know that it disappears quickly. There is activity crates in there. There's also a free permanent t-shirt reward in-game. So make sure that you're bringing everyone along, watching the show. And to be honest with you, watching right now, you are a real one. That's what it's all about. Thank you for being here with us. And we'll make sure you get rewarded for doing so.
But only if there's everyone else watching as well. You won't get rewarded if that doesn't happen. Like, that's
look, all I'm saying is if you're watching right now, it's not your fault if you do get the rewards. Blame everyone else.
Exactly. Or you could inform everyone else. You know, it's up to you. So you don't even have to blame them in the end. I feel like that would be the better result.
Choose vengeance.
All right, Robert Pattinson, calm down. All right, get there. There's not enough makeup in the world to cover those eyes up. I don't think you could quite get that. I reckon actually you'd probably look quite good in a Batman suit.
Do you reckon?
I think so.
Could do it. I could go for it. Yeah. Just hide the entirety of my face and my hair. Kalaris would love that. So
Excuse me. I'm Vengeance.
Excuse me, fella. I am, in fact, Vengeance right now. And I'm going to need you to get out my compound because this is now mine. This is the back compound. Looking at this game, though, Flux, see the one on screen. again, we were saying before, 195 points. It wasn't the biggest pool total for them last game in terms of point scoring, although Erangel seems to be one of their key maps where they do tend to put up a lot of their points here, up towards South George. Now, this typical circle right now, very, very good for them, actually. You know, coming down through fields, it's a fairly quick rotate over a very, very open and flat ground. So heading down towards perhaps X Team's position, where X Team have actually been caught off guard quite a few times, John, actually.
I feel like X Team have just been getting caught off guard this whole tournament. It's not been good for them. I mean, just this whole situation, just
in general,
just so startled permanently.
I think that this is actually a fairly interesting bit of backstory, because for X Team throughout the Western European tournament, excuse me, sorry, that car just disappeared on my screen, and I was like, whoa, magic. But throughout the Western European tournament, X Team were quite low on the standings. They really weren't a contender in a lot of our eyes between casters and analysts as one of the teams that would make it into the Western European Championship after what was like a win that blew us out the water. I think it was 24 limbs, then they fell off massively. But without that game, and then also without Beg for Mercy doing his utmost in those final days of the tournament, they were able to put up enough numbers to actually make it into this tournament itself. But again, I think it's not as much of a surprise as maybe Regnum Kaya, who definitely did their work to get into this tournament and have performed so far. But for X Team, I did believe that there was only so far this team could go. Regardless of that, you know, this is a team that's worked very hard to get into this tournament, so you can't take that away from them. But something does need to change drastically over the next few games and into tomorrow if they want to put up a decent performance at the end of the results, because in my opinion, it's by no means they're going to get to the top 5, but they can maybe redeem themselves with possibly a top 10, top 8.
And time is running out to do that, right? We talk about how this is a shorter form tournament than a lot of these teams would have been used to. It's much closer to those finals formats that they'll have been playing in. But they really don't have that time to get used to playing in this lobby. They just have to come out firing and blasting on all cylinders, as the top 3 teams have ostensibly been doing so far. Eastern Stars over in Melter Power on the east, starting their rotation westward.
Yeah, you see their average stats there. I mean, Miramar is where they're really pumping at the moment, but it's always almost there's next team. Silence going down to Getso. This time they get caught out on this side. Fortunate stuff. And it is really, they are very much last minute Andes, these guys. So I think maybe tomorrow they could put up some points potentially, but this is now the time to shine. And out of all the teams underneath third place, where there's that massive drop off, they have the biggest drop off. From 59 down to 35, and that's Getso down to X Team in 16th place. So not to rub salt in the wound there, but it is not looking good. For Getso, though, Imperium definitely mentioned this earlier on, which is that they've got 1 chicken dinner, John. And after that, there was 1 second place on the final game of day 1, and then that was it. So it was their big burn, their massive burnout after day 1.
Yeah, it's not really been super impressive for the Getso team so far, but there is limited time remaining, but it's really not looking good. Penta on your screens right now, normally dropping around this southwest area. We're changing up a little bit, actually. Sorry, on the southeast side of this next circle, near to this ferry pier position, playing for this hillside near Surreal. A really important part of this map, and every time the circle goes around this area, I do talk about it. I know, but that ridge line that stretches to the north side of Ferry Pier, very, very powerful if you can control it.
Absolutely. I think for Penta, though, they're a team that's historically kind of creeped their way into these final circles and then picked up points off the back of maybe other teams fighting, and they just find their way to like a 3rd or a 4th place. But here in this lobby, I just don't think that's possible anymore. There's not enough teams that are just going to fall down before they even get to the gate anymore. By the time Penta finds their way in, they're more than often going to take a fight and get chased down. It's going to go badly for them. For Romanian Men, currently battling against Gatka. The Gatka squad here in S2G. They lose 1 player, but immediately sending Redox up front. There's a player coming in. He has to react quickly.
wanting to get that res off, but HAMZY will be curtailed in that pursuit. 2 players from S2G rallying on in for Romanian Men now, with Redox kind of high and dry here. If Do goes down as well, there's no backup. Excellent position from S2G to go for this regroup, to regather their forces. In comes the crash on the sidelines, force Redox inside. Up the stairs he goes, 3 players downstairs and 1 more getting rezzed on up. Soulless suppressing the backup. S2G are holding off this building phenomenally well. There's Kecthie with a spray towards Sarah, and inside the building, Redox falls. S2G are flying high off that previous game.
This has not gone well for them whatsoever for Romanian Men, and it's just flashbacks to when they got torn apart by Soulless over on that other game on our angle yesterday. So very, very unfortunate stuff. Sarah down, Do down, Rana last alive versus 4. I mean, it's unlikely he'll get the 1v4 there, but it would be some nice payback here. So very, very much not doable for this lad, as Kecthie will finish off the remaining members. Just Sarah hiding behind the grass here. Likely he'll get spotted sooner or later.
They know where he's knocked. They know where he's going to be able to crawl to. Excellent pickups for S2G. And again, they're going to start off well after sending themselves much further up the tables after that previous game. In 4th place now, leading that pack that sits below the top 3. It's a good start for them. The next circle shrinks southwest.
Yeah, a lot of fans have big hopes for S2G, and they'd put up some massive point numbers in previous tournaments before. And I think for S2G, it's just been a little bit touch and go with this team. And I think that right now they're starting to show us what they're actually worth here. Like I said, there's some very good players on this team. Kecthie, not necessarily the best player in my opinion in the lobby, but very, very consistent. And then you got Rip7 as well as Soulless, who are these pop-off players, right? I think you've got players like Peace who are just very, very good at the top at all times. And then you've got Soulless and Rip7 who are able to make this magic happen from time to time when the mana bar recharges.
Yeah, once they've got all those resources back on top. But for me, I feel like S2G are sort of this perpetually 4th place team, 5th place. I mean, I've never seen that first. They're never in my mind a 1st place team in tournaments that I've watched them in. I've seen them do some pretty crazy stuff. I mean, Rip7, notably in my memory, has that incredible clutch over in the bunkers on the north side of the river that he was able to play around and just stayed alive for so long, surviving. But there's never been that sort of oomph behind them in my mind of them.
Yeah, 100%. It's just not that clearing power. Eastern Stars moving straight past Game Lord. This is a team that wants to make their way into the circle as fast as possible, dropping down towards Milter Power. As Xray taking a knock from the UDR Killers. UDR Killers, I think, going back to some bad old habits. Despite that good game on Miramar, it is just extremely over-aggressive at times. On Miramar, it kind of works because they're able to isolate a lot of these fights on the extended map, right? But here on our angle, they're getting themselves caught up in some very bad situations. And I think with the playstyle that's going on in this lobby at the moment, where the meta is very center, UDR Killers sending themselves in and finding themselves with 4 teams apiece around them. It's not a good time. And I think they do have the, oh goodness me, I think they do have the players to back up those situations. But there's only so much you can take on at once, even if you are the best team in the world. But we are having a pretty nasty circle. Now, I really hope that Max does predict the fastPay Wildcats, because now is the time to do it.
I was going to say, I think I can hear Max from across the channel scrabbling for his keyboard to immediately just smash in the fastPay Wildcats to the prediction spreadsheet. So I'll have to wait and see if that one does actually come through. They are in the settlement, and that might prove to be tricky and troublesome for them later on. As we saw on the exit from Los Leones, urban environments can often be difficult to coordinate their evacuation.
Yeah, I think for Primorsk in particular, it's not such a bad thing overall, because there are the banks around this city. So there is potential to head down there and razz it through on the vehicles and eliminate a lot of the sight lines that might cause you problems if you are leaving a urban area naturally elsewhere. I'm thinking places like Pachinki. But here I do think there is options available to you if you do want to leave. But getting here nice and early, you know, if you've got the spot for it, now you're just hoping to God that you do get a quick shift on the circle down your way. We'll see what does happen. It will be Dwas from Penta picking up that knock over towards Beşiktaş, taking them down to just 3 players now. We've seen them, worse for wear, do some good stuff before, so we'll see what they can do with just 3 on this map. Although so many teams around them right now, very dead center, it's a little bit more difficult with only the 3 players on board.
S2G looking to take the fight with Getso. And it looks like it's going to go well for the start of it. And the spray downs from across the way. Calci looking for the flush. There is a nade in response, and Silas falls on the front. Nancy as well. Hamzy, sorry. Will be able to pop that heal, but not in a position to res just yet. Oh, super low on the health bar there. Smokes bloom for S2G. They're really committed to getting this res. Rip 7, putting these nades over the top. That could be on the money. That could be nice and long. Could be looking for those knocks, but not quite able to make it happen just yet. Around the sidelines, they continue this spray. The off angle for S2G right now might come in absolutely crucial, but Calci may be looking to regroup here. In the meantime, UDR Killers suffering against Fireflux in this engagement. Unfortunately for Fireflux, though, there are knocks being sent back their way. Kecth not able to get the spray down on the player in the grass. Not just yet, and the heals need to come through. Soulless isolated and separate in this fight, with TJB right next to them as well.
Yeah, this is the funny thing, is that although UDR Killers are going back to, I want to say, bad old habits of just such aggressive and almost brazen play style, I think they do now have like the talent to back it up. Unfortunately, versus Fireflux with TJB in the wings and little to no scouting, this is always not going to go well. Next circle very, very soon to pop on our screens and heads away from Primorsk. So the Istanbul Wildcats actually set themselves up right on that western side. So using that bank, like I mentioned before, you get priority spot there. Now they can move out very, very quickly into a better position with realistically these 3 teams up here, TJB, UDR Killers and Fireflux with the pick of the litter. But with TJB with 4 members, I think it might be better for them at the moment.
They need to conclude this fight to really leverage their position in the circle, or maybe not actually. For Fireflux, you can see they are starting to break through, break around. Ulysses, Lone Ranger for UDR Killers. Game Lord next Ruya. In the meantime, on the opposite side of this next circle, on the far side, the Game Lord struggling to get back to their feet and push past this next Ruya encampment.
This is so unfortunate to see right now. It's like a fall from grace, but there's a self-nade coming through. And perhaps it's time to spread the wings to fly.
Follow it up with another spray down as well towards the next Ruya team. And this is the go signal for Game Lord. Unfortunately, Victor falls prey to the spray around the corner. Skadur looks to pop that first aid. I don't think you're going to have time. And Akashi, either way, is going to be able to claim it. Victor not going to be resable there. The blue zone has enveloped them, and they want to get on the bike, get closer to it. X-Team will be taking heavy punishment here as well on their position on the northwestern side of Primorsk.
I love that. From Max there, picking up Regnum Kaya. Jason and Claris going for Fireflux here. Currently in the compound that is quite low to the ground, so you know you do get defense in the sense that people from up above aren't able to shoot down towards you because they just don't have the sight lines to go for it. They also have the field in front of them on the eastern side, which makes crashing into their building from the east, where most players are going to be coming from, by the way, very, very difficult. So this will afford them a lot of time in this game.
Regnum Kaya, Max's prediction, have been on these high ground positions before. I think most memorably in the Sanhok game that we saw yesterday. They were up top and they were just pushed in from pretty much every angle by several teams. I think it was Penta specifically that took that engagement with them. And they were sort of dismounted there. They weren't able to hold it, so they need a little bit better luck this time around. Or maybe not luck, they want to pull it together a little bit faster. But Penta have their own engagement to be getting on with. Beşiktaş looking to try and survive in this warehouse. A straight up forward and backward engagement. 3 players for Beşiktaş. And a knock over towards the Penta squad, leaving them at 3 active. Manu low, but doesn't go down just yet. Enjoy. That could be good. If the cook is good, it could be on the money, and it gets the knock. Gets 2 as well. Muzi is low, and around the side, they're looking to try and flank. SonHP absolutely nails those shots. They've let holes go around the edge, but they are 3 alive, and now they can take this 1 versus 3. Getso move up. They could be good for the third party here, but Beşiktaş have their wits about them. They have the time to regroup. Peace is knocked, but they might be able to get the res, but there's another third party coming in from across the way. Not even sure who was able to pepper those shots in, but Peace does not get that res on up, and they have to fade away. A nade in for this Getso squad, and they aren't going to be able to take this fight just yet. Full momentum.
Goodness me, Beşiktaş honestly having a very, very rough time of it at the moment. Penta goes down to fantastic strategy coming through from them. Great nades around the side to stop them from getting into the building, and great forward position from SonHP to push them back. But immediately an instant knock onto one of the players from Getso, from Beşiktaş. So, you know, they're one fight from the other. Obviously on the toes here.
They are going to have to get a shifty on with the shift of the circle. Going down southwest, Eastern Stars eliminated. They're on the long side. They're on the furthest side possible with 15 seconds remaining before the circle closes. They're going to have to get a pretty fast move on as well at the end of this fight. It's zone number 6 that's coming in, and it will hurt.
A little time to do this. 3 seconds before they're going to have to start to make the move, and Getso just wants to force them out. All these smokes, though, making vision a little bit harder to deal with. Now he's just going through. Vending machine providing a lot of cover to SonHP, but Getso realizes more than most that, you know, they actually want to get into a better position. With 4 players alive here, you know, it's better for them to move out, find a strong position, and leverage that man count in the late game. Game Law moves in, next team. Can't quite find their way into the circle as of yet, but it's fastPay Wildcats. I'm going to call that our prediction, John. They've made their way up the bankside, actually into a fairly decent position, playing the ridge.
I will accept your call of it being our prediction there. Enjoy. I mean, that's bold. That is absolutely bold. But somehow gets a little bit further than maybe I would have expected. SonHP picks up another elimination point before Beşiktaş go down. Flux have sight on this fight, but they are going to have to push down south themselves at the end of it. Luckily, they're on a slower end of the circle, so they will be a little bit less under pressure, but they still are under pressure.
Yeah, the difficulty is now they're pushing uphill. And remember, I was saying that compound provides you a lot of defense just because it is on the lower ground in the first place. But leaving it slightly more difficult. Luckily for them, though, they've made sure they've kept eyes towards that eastern side, so they know that no players are coming through there. They can further make their way up into the tree line and hope to play from here. Practically all the teams on this northern side, the only team down towards the south is the Istanbul Wildcats. Perhaps you can say Surreal's there, but they all have to cross the road. Now, what I'd love to see, as you can see on the right side of your screen there, is for the Istanbul Wildcats to move a little further up to prevent Surreal from getting into a good position on their side of the map.
There you go. They are getting shut down a little bit as well as sprays across the road, making it very, very hard for Surreal to really do anything. TJB have an excellent line of fire on that northern side of the circle. They will leverage that against Surreal. Flux, they've been spotted out by REDOXbot. They're going back and forth on these knocks, and a lot of eliminations starting to pop off on the map all around, really thinning out the numbers here. fastPay Wildcats and TJB now only teams with 4 alive.
Very, very well done from the Wildcats there. I would say they did have a little bit of assistance. I like that they sent Xray across, though, just outside of the circle. TJB, they send GK first in. He is the battering ram of TJB. And now Istanbul Wildcats, they have some difficulty on their turf.
It is the thrust of the spear. TJB move forwards with the spearhead into the midst of the fastPay Wildcats. Trying to find a river or two. Looking good for a knock on the sideline, but the rest of the team getting peppered from across the way. fastPay Wildcats and REDOXbot are both turning their attention TJB's way, and that crash is snapped. The spear no longer efficacious in this engagement. They are going to have to try and cow themselves behind the cover that they can find.
Blunted here, TJB. Boran comes in. Will sand away the final edge on that point. Flux are still off in the distance. REDOXbot obviously a little bit of a struggle. Xray got some good information early on, was able to move back across, and now they've taken position on the right side of this ridge. Luckily, there is still some cover for the Wildcats to play around with. Wild off in the backside, can look down towards Flux. Nice nade, and some more bullets fly through, and Flux not looking good here.
TJB eliminated. Flux going down as well. It's 2 teams now remaining. fastPay Wildcats and REDOXbot. fastPay Wildcats on the far side. Max's perpetual prediction against Max's actual prediction this game.
Some more nades over the top side. Quickly, Defoex will go for the stims here, making sure he's ready for this final battle. Again, though, not a huge amount of cover here for Regnum. Good smokes come out nice and early, trying to prevent this peek over coming through from the Istanbul Wildcats. A 4v3 in our midst.
The fastPay Wildcats leaving a player out wide. Look at the off angle they have. That could be absolutely crucial. If there's information gathered from this position, they can leverage that. Look at Xray. That's what they are looking for on the presence. Regnum Kaya, though, seem to be spotting out Xray, but it's a good knock, and he gets back away with it as well. Doesn't even take the knock in response. Regnum Kaya down to 2. fastPay Wildcats looking to swarm over the hillside, but Regnum Kaya just can't quite find the opening as Tron repositioned into Boran repositioned into an excellent position against Tron, but Wild turns the attention out wide. If they can take care of Boran, it might work out for them, but fastPay Wildcats swarm over the top of the hill, and Regnum Kaya take the tumble. It is fastPay Wildcats to take the chicken dinner on the south coast.
A really, really strong little endgame position there from Boran, and you've got to think to yourself that Xray's move out on that right side, it kind of set up for Boran to immediately make that move under all the distraction that he caused with that singular knock. And then after that, it was kind of lights out for Regnum Kaya, just because they had that pincer move so well. And I think that is the case of just leveraging that 4-man versus the 3. And that's what you have to do all the time in those situations where you have the man advantage, is use that additional player to cause massive problems. First it's Xray, then it's Boran. Honestly, you love to see it. I was very impressed by that endgame from the fastPay Wildcats. Even just their positioning in Primorse to allow themselves to get out nice and early. And with 2,300 damage done, almost 2,416 limbs, this is what they needed today to kind of bring themselves out of that massive rut they've been finding themselves in.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't find a better time really for it. I mean, they were sat at 8th in the midst of that melee in the middle of the tables. But now that should afford them a little bit of a stretching lead, and hopefully they can be happy with that performance. You can see there, Boran, most eliminations, 5, going to be able to pick that one up. But we have a fully rainbow board here, 1 different team for each slot.
Either way, I think Max will be happy with that one. He doesn't predict the fastPay Wildcats, and they go for the win. And that's exactly what he's telling me that he wanted. He wanted to steer clear of them so they could do their thing, and he predicts the 2nd place. So I think that's a big win for Max today.
Absolutely. He'll take it. He'll take it. But we are going to head back over to them and see just how he reacts over on the desk.
Though they were never the favourites, fastPay Wildcats has risen above all expectations this season, beating PMGC champions veterans such as Chaos Nextria, which makes an even grander feat.
Kadar ulaşacak. Birebir takas burada kesinlikle fastPay Wildcats'in işine gelir ve bir anda konuma baktığımızda onların agresif bir oyunla beraber 4 oyuncu kafaların aldığını görüyoruz.
Starting off with a poor run in the league stage, the team didn't even manage to reach the 100 score mark in any of the Super Weekends. Finishing 10th on league stage, the Wildcats were not part of any conversations involving the title contenders. But no one would have predicted the turnaround by them in the finals. Wildcats awakened their animal instincts in the 2nd match of the finals, and they never looked back from that point. They went on to score a total of 4 chicken dinners and seal the championship title with the highest number of wins in the lobby. Although Chaos Nextria was consistently breathing down their neck, winning the 1v1 fight against them on the final Miramar of the last day became the deciding factor.
Bakıyorum ama tam algılayamadım.
İster mi acaba?
Açıldı.
Açıldı. Bastığını biliyor. Rakibi burada bastığını biliyor. Artık burada son kozlar paylaşılacak. Kudur'un canı çok azaldı. fastPay Wildcats galibiyeti son saniye çıkar.
Regardless if they are at their peak performance or at their lowest point, Wildcats always stick by their strategies. They maintained the same drop locations throughout the PMPL and took advantage of most of the teams playing center in the circle. Boran, Xray and Lux, all these talents gave the performance of a lifetime during the finals.
Düşünürken birebir bir split. Bu da harika duruyorlardı ama.
All 3 of them came in the top MVP list of the finals. Though a little overshadowed, Defoex and Zessy, the IGL and the supports also have carried out their duties flawlessly. Going into the European Championship as the best team from Turkey, the Wildcats must prove that their performance in the finals was not a fluke. They must display their true caliber on the international stage as well if the team wishes to be revered as the all-time best from Turkey.
You know, I don't need to say anything here. I think Max, man, I'm gonna leave it up to you to talk about that one. The one time you don't pick him.
My lord, I have conflicting feelings right now. Right, I don't know how to feel it. I still got second place, you know, so that's a dub. But I also said I was not going to pick fastPay Wildcats, and I committed to it. And even Blank and John, they were saying for me to pick it, but I didn't. So I don't know. I don't like it. It's not fun. It's not
That's rough. That's all I can say. That's really rough. But you know what? Let's take a look at the match standings. I mean, either way, you did technically pick the best out of all three of us.
Yeah.
It just doesn't convert into
I still don't have
point for
points,
you, unfortunately.
Yeah, I still don't have points. I still don't have any. I got 1 point in like 2 days. Come on.
Okay, let's talk about this though, because fastPay Wildcats, yeah, they get themselves the win, but I mean, the 2-2 split that they had across the hill that it eventually shifts to, and Primos, I don't think they really had much business getting themselves as many points as they did, but they did. Like the two coming out of Primos, in my opinion, should have been gunned down, but kind of got a little bit fortunate. But then, you know, once that circle moved towards the hill that they had, yeah, they had by far the best position to work with. So kudos to them for getting themselves the 31 points on the board off the back of everything.
Yeah, riveting stuff, Lord Kularis, I do have to say.
Thank you.
I mean, especially at the end of that game, it was really Xray and Boran going for that low off angle, one over to the north and one over to the south, while they still had 2 players on that high ground hilltop. Like, it was impossible for Regnum to take that game away. It was good that they were able to actually move into that location in the first place, but Wildcats were just being too proactive at the end. So really big heads up to them, but I think that 2-2 split, as you said, a little bit scary, but any players in the process, so that worked out great for them.
Okay, we'll take a look at the second page here. Again, X team able to get themselves 4 points. Looking down the list, though, Eastern Stars, off the back of a chicken dinner in the last match, come in with only 1 point. This is not like the consistency we want to see out of, well, any team, to be honest, but obviously Eastern Stars as well, having some of the most international experience than all the other teams here participating. And then also you have Romanian Men, UDR Killers down there. Next, Ria, again, for me, have just been, unfortunately, a letdown in this event.
Yeah, I think we were all thinking the same about Xray, right? We expected this team, after seeing how their PMGC run went last year, I think that this is the team that we were looking at, like, okay, all the top. But I mean, it seemed like Flux, their team is just a lot more on point currently. Beşiktaş also, so it's tough. And unfortunately, we got to the point where even if they start doing good now, I think there's a very clear chance we could say it might even be too late for them to really contest with those top locations, seeing how far ahead Beşiktaş currently are, seeing how far ahead the side of Flux are. So I think they're already out of the question of like that race for first place.
Okay, well, let's actually take a look at the team you did not predict, but you technically got predicted the most here across the event. fastPay Wildcats. See their player stats here, just to get an idea of who was really stepping up for them in this last match. And again, just a really good team effort. I mean, yeah, Boran, most damage, tied for most of limbs, but no one's slacking on the team in that game.
No, it's a good win for them for sure here, moving up to where they actually were able to establish themselves at. I mean, ultimately, when you've got a circle coming down this way and they already have a massive split across Primorsk, I think that they understand that there is inherent risks in all 4 people being in there, right? So I'm going to play devil's advocate against my own point. And, you know, they were kind of hedging their bets a little bit as to whether or not, you know, circles were eventually going to, you know, shift away from Primorsk or shift into Primorsk, because it can be difficult getting into a town and it can be difficult getting out of a town, depending on how that circle shifts. So I don't mind it too much, and it definitely paid off.
Yeah, I'm actually just looking right now at the last few circle shifts that we saw, and actually, you know, we had that bay area of the water on the west of Primorsk, and I think that their game plan was, because there's so much water there, normally it is PUBG Mobile circle rotations we're talking about, so you never know, they can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but technically speaking, it should not go
stage. So if we just go right up north of it, and because of the amount of landmass that should be available, we should be in the next circle shift. So if that was the thought process, it does make sense. So if that was like the intention, I think it was a good plan from the Wildcats.
Okay, well, you know what, Max? If you do end up being the loser of today, I'm gonna have to find some weird punishment to use for you involving Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL Europe Champs. Though I don't think it's really a punishment if I make you drink one. I think maybe letting you not drink one would be the better punishment. I'll obviously check them out here, and Max, try to unleash your beast here in your picks coming up. And obviously you guys at home as well, you can obviously still tweet to us here to let us know how you're watching PMPL EU Champs with that hashtag actually, and we can see exactly how you are checking things out. And there we go. Spend a few days to recharge after a crazy first half of the year, but can't miss the EU Championship for PUBG Mobile.
Hey, it's Yam.
Love it. It is Yam.
Damn, he looks like he's in a nice place.
Wait, hold on. Hey Alexa, order. I don't know. I tried to see if I can say it, but
hey Alexa, reveal my location. He just knocks him.
Now the question is, should we maybe order him like a floating device for his tablet so he can watch while he's in the pool?
That would be cool. Yeah, I'd like that.
Okay. Well, let us know. Send us your pictures. Let us see exactly how you're watching. Though I don't know if any of you can top that, but I'd like to see you try. Let's head over to our commentators, though, as we hopping into the moist map of Sandhawk while things heat up.
Very moist.
Very moist indeed. Maxman whispers in the air in the final moments. And how evil they are in the deaths to try and, you know, force Alexa to play something bad in the background or something like that for the viewer who's watching. Game number 4, Blank. We're on to Sandhawk.
Yeah, man, I don't know who this Yan guy is, but it seems like he's in a nice place, and I wish I was also there at that time with the palm trees swinging. But we're heading over to the jungle also with the palm trees, and hopefully some of these teams can find themselves some nice points over on Sandhawk, honestly. I think that looking at this game, though, Mr. Imperium, you know, anything can happen. We've had all sorts of things come out today with the fastPay Wildcats, even grabbing themselves a win, which was fantastic.
Deserved, and I was very harsh on Wildcats yesterday, right? And I always, when I'm kind of harsh on it, well, when I'm harsh on a team, it's genuinely, it's always out of love, because I want to see a team do well. I know they can do well, especially from where Wildcats came from, and it seems like they've given themselves a bit of tough love, and it's resulted in 57 points in 3 games. So a very good start in day 3.
That's right, and honestly, we've also got something else here in Pyramid, don't we? We've got a little survey.
We do. Survey says?
What does the survey say? Well, okay. I know what the survey says. It's going to say whatever you guys at home say about it, because we want you guys to have an impact on PUBG Mobile, and the only way you can do that is to support the show. And also, fill out our survey. You can find the link over in the YouTube chat. Let us know what you think, and we'll get right to any little bits of feedback that you do have for us, because we care about you guys at the end of the day. I know that you also care about PUBG Mobile. And honestly, Sandhawk is the way to go, because honestly, this is the least caring map for a lot of these teams, because there's going to be so much third parties going on. I can't wait for it.
It may be the least caring map. It's still an important map, because points mean prizes, and when you have the teams so close together, especially those top 3 teams in the form of Fire, Flux, Beşiktaş, and the one and only, oh my god, Regnum Carrier. There you go, finally got it right. It is important for all 3 of these teams. I do, who knew? It is important that all 3 of these teams take Sandhawk as seriously as they can.
100%. I think this is one of those maps where, yes, we always say that. We always say that there is a
what
lot
do we
of
always say, Blank?
Sorry, I was just looking at you slowly go scratch your head. I was like, oh my, he's got something to say here. But we always say that it's a very inconsistent map, right? But you can eliminate a lot of those inconsistencies. I think Xray does this very well by taking the early ridge side over towards Sandhawk, and they play from there with absolute dedication on that spot. And I really like to see it. They use the rocks around them to eliminate a lot of those third-party threats, make sure they're looking all over the place, so they're not getting caught out. And that's what you need to do a lot of the times as one of those teams, so you can eliminate a lot of those variabilities. Always there's going going to be some of those times where you get the hard shifts. It's going to catch you off guard. But making sure you got your best foot forward on this map is important because it is not all down to luck. There's a lot of skill involved.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games, and the playing path was a lot of fun for these teams as it is pretty centralized, going from east to west. And you're dead right about how you can conquer Sanhok and how you can make it your own. And I kind of think, and this is a bold statement, a lot might not agree. I think from a fundamental rules aspect, Sanhok can be easier to control and conquer compared to the other two maps. Because I think fundamentally rules-wise, when you take an engagement, you take it quick. When you control an area, you control it as a team. Yeah, okay, the RNG factors come into play, but I think compared to the other two maps, when you get those fundamentals locked down, you're more than likely going to have a strong result. Maybe I'm wrong with that.
Looking at the live final rankings, Flux 210 points, so starting to get their lead up there just a little bit more. It was only about 10 points before, but now we've got that 20-point lead, obviously getting to fairly decent position on the last game on our angle. Make sure you grab in those PMPL 2022 special crates, which are available in game. Obviously, a lot of these players in our lobbies are wearing them. Actually, probably one of my more favored suits that I've seen from PMPL so far, although there was that really nice gold one, which I was excited to watch for from PMGC. And there's also the free permanent rewards. So make sure you hit those milestones at 50k and 80k to make sure you can bag yourself some of those rewards in game, because they are substantial at the end of the day. Bunch of activities in those activity crates.
Exactly. You watch the stream, tell your friends to watch your stream, watch your broadcast, support PUBG Mobile Esports, and you get yourself free stuff. Is Penta pushing in, at least onto ALKING, who's on his own and looking to get themselves a free elimination point? I wonder how targeted this is from Penta initially. They've dropped on the coastline of this Northwest Island in the past. They may have recognized that Clear Vision do split drop. However, it's easier said than done, as ALKING is able to at least pick up one knock, closes the door to windows, and play unfortunately can't reload in time, and the body advantage proves to be a little bit too hot to handle.
Okay, that's unfortunate for Clear Vision. They're slightly spread at the moment, trying to take control of the area over towards that confluence of rivers, and they've got SAMO down towards the south side as well, looting up just to the northeast of Painan. So Penta really shut out that other player that had tried to take control across the beachhead, and I think that's smart from Clear Vision, but you are spreading yourself very thin there, and if you do find yourself with another team in the vicinity, very, very difficult to make sure you can get out. But that's kind of a case of trying to control all areas at once there, Imperium, because you do have both the east, south, and northwest island in play at the moment. So I do respect what Clear Vision tried to do, although it was very bold, to say the least.
One big factor with this phase 1 circle is the fact that it's about, I would argue, near 30% water. It's a very, very south western shift, so teams might look to prioritize that southwest island under early rotation. Clear Vision already a player down, so they're gonna actually already 2 players down, my apologies, so they're gonna look to send it across the way, maybe go for an early center circle compound close to Samney and hope that they don't get spot out for the time being. This kind of circle as well, Blank, is pretty solid for the likes of 4 Romanian Men.
It's not so bad. I mean, without having to deal with any teams in this area anymore, used to have to in Western Europe, have to always deal with another tricky team in that area. However, now 4 Romanian Men very comfortable down towards Ruins, and realistically, they don't have big up towards their northwest, another team in Northwest Europe who we kind of expected to be in this championship, honestly, but just weren't able to pull it out of the bag in the end. Very, very strong team on this map, and now 4 Romanian Men don't even have to deal with them. It's just Eastern Stars who quickly took up their position nice and early. They were playing up towards the north side on Hartin. So 4 Romanian Men, their rotational paths, if it heads up towards the northwest side, going to be extremely good for them, and they can hold out many, many teams down towards the southeast if they want to. So like you said, Imperium, strong spot going forward for them.
I'm curious, Blank, what kind of rotation is going to be laid out by Game Lord up in the Cow Tapmac area, currently split up, looting those compounds. Will they up to go for what arguably could be a little bit of a safer rotation initially into the Northwest Island, or what is maybe a bit more of a variable rotation on the coastline of the mainland. So if the circle massively shifts down south, they maybe have a couple more entry points. It's going to be tricky in my eyes for Game Lord.
It hasn't always been this way, though, for Game Lord. It's kind of unfortunate seeing that play out for him now. Next year, though, coming back to exactly what I talked about at the beginning of the game here, is just controlling these ridge sides down from boot camp. Very, very well done on the high ground, and next year quickly giving themselves some space to breathe now on Sandhawk, even in this humidity. S2G down to 2 players. Not able to translate here.
Some fundamental faults I feel from S2G in the form of maybe losing players early on. Don't know whether it's just committing to an area that they haven't researched or prepared for properly, whether it's a little bit unfortunate luck. That can be the case sometimes, especially in a map like Sanhok. However, the pattern is there for my eyes as they try and back away from Nexuria. The volatility from Nexuria is worrying for me also on their side. Getting one result that's positive and then followed up with a negative result in form of a 0 or 1 point isn't really going to do them very well in the overall standings.
No, but it's certainly on Sandhawk they are doing fairly well, and I think that this is less of a case of S2G losing players early on to their fault, to be honest with you. I think this is next year that they played up towards the northern side on that ridge, and this time they've moved down. I don't think S2G were prepared for that. Now, I don't know if this is a read from next year onto S2G, or they've just played this out very, very quickly. I don't think S2G were prepared for how quickly they'd make it into that position. So either way, I do think this is well played from next year on this map, and it gives them like I said, space to breathe. So going forward, they should have some pretty decent spots and vehicles around them. The Tesla bus in play now, so they should be able to get into a decent spot nice and soon. Clear Vision had to leave their outpost over towards the confluence. Beşiktaş happily took that off their hands, and now they've got a decent position to play around with, because still the circle, like you said before, not set in stone where it's going to head towards. Could still be up towards the northwest. I think stranger things have happened this tournament, but right now Istanbul Wildcats and Eastern Stars, I'd imagine that they're preparing for the move, just trying to control the high ground of the mountain for as long as possible before we do get confirmation on a shift down south.
7 out of the 16 teams, should I say, 16 teams, Jesus, are inside the Southwest Island, so that's a near 50% of the team. So that does, of course, allow that kind of mainland and the Northwest Island to be initially a little bit more easily controlled. And I could argue that then another 30% of the teams are even outside the circle in the form of Game Lord, Surreal, Getso, who are going to clash very close to each other, Fireflux, and a couple of the UDR players. Bit of a battle ensuing as Getso are going to push forward. Surreal is just cheat on his own, and a nade is going to connect in the right direction, even so much to get a knock on his own teammate. Luckily, that revive will be executed fairly quickly.
Yeah, for Surreal, it's a case of trying to get ahead of the pack. Arkan moves back, picks up some loot, drops the nade in. He's trying to get Jet Gill as far forward as possible and slow them down with a little bit of damage. That doesn't find anything. Next circle, extremely central. So similar problems once again for a lot of these teams, uncertain where this game is going to end. It could very well end right in the middle of this river itself, which would be a very interesting finish for our third Sandhawk.
I get why a lot of teams committed to that Southwest Island, but it does start to put a little bit more heavy pressure on them. Penta, notably in my eyes, are maybe one of the teams that are maybe under more pressure as they're surrounded by Beşiktaş, for Romanian Men, possibly the likes of TJB as we get further on in the game. And as we look at the replay between Getso and Surreal, the one weakness I look at from Surreal at that point is they're just too linear. Right, there's no angle of cover, and I get Getso, they're the team pushing forward, so I don't mind that they're more linear because they're sticking together, whereas Surreal, there's no real level of defense, and that was really the breaking point of them losing a player.
Yeah, it's just a question of whether you scouted them or not for Getso. And I think Getso knew exactly where the players were. Surreal trying to just be a little bit more quiet there and weren't expecting the brute force coming through. For Romanian Men just rolling on by, it would seem, towards the center of the map here, off towards that northwest side of Pi 9. A lot of teams trying to get as close as possible to the river crossing, just in case they do need to make that speedy exit up towards boot camp again. But we'll see what happens at the moment. Game Lord still looting outside in the blue, but it's Fire Flux with an extreme defense over towards here. Drop the Caltrops and Getso's going nowhere.
Again, it was always going to be a bit difficult for Getso to enter the edge of the circle because whatever direction they went, it could have been quite difficult for them to breach in. However, they went in the direction of Fireflux, which I think is the worst of the two painful rotations, and they do suffer a couple of casualties for still a duo that will shift up north as they at least picked up one elimination onto Fireflux.
Now they'll move north, but not before Solkay can take a quick spray at them. Moving directly back over to Surreal here, though. See that they angered earlier on, and this time these boys have got a compound, and Getso might just receive a little bit of revenge, but move straight on past. See someone poke through the window, but it's a crash.
Oh, you hate to see whoever was the driver and might need to have his license revoked. I know you're kind of looking around you, but you still gotta keep focus on what's in front of you, especially if you're trying to disengage. And now the final two players that Getso are stuck between a rock and a hard place. The rock could cover and the hard place being Surreal, looking for a little bit of revenge as we see the replay of what Fireflux did damage-wise to Getso.
Yeah, extremely good sprays coming through from Solkay. Very, very accurate there. You can see why this guy was on some of the top teams in the world from Europe before. Well, Surreal's looking over towards Getso. Can't even get back in their vehicle because Surreal blew that bad boy halfway across the boot camp with that nade. A little unfortunate for him. Take a look at our top players. Most eliminations being Kecth with 36. Peace close behind. Peace has been consistently at the top, but today just a little bit more quiet than usual from Beşiktaş.
Team has still at least made some noise, but indeed Peace in one of the quieter ones on the team. And I still regard it as a good sign as a circle centers up on phase 3. It does seem like it's going to head back mainly towards that southwest island.
This time, though, Beşiktaş looking to make some noise in this game. Bring the subwoofer to the jungle. See what they can blow out proportion here. Obviously, on this northern side, they got a lot of good angles up towards the north side and the east, but they still will have to make their way down. But a great defending position for them with the extending little wall down that eastern side.
Say 7.1 surround sound is going to be needed to control that trifecta compound.
100%. You got to hear those footsteps, man. It's all about it. I want to hear those footsteps vibrate in my cranium. That's the only way I know a player's near, because my old man ears just can't keep up to scratch with some of these guys who are just on the ball. Archon still looking for Getso. I feel this has been quite a lukewarm chase on Getso at the moment. Snoz's just literally crawling backwards out of there.
Honestly, I don't get how Surreal even allowed the two remaining players of Getso to separate as heavily as they did. Remember what I said at the start of the game? One of the fundamentals of Sanhok is when you kind of take an engagement to finish it as quickly as possible. Surreal should have finished this so much quicker.
I mean, these shots from Archon, I mean, he even runs back out again. That is cheeky. Some decent shots, but Archon's out in the blue. Third zone as well, so Archon can't sit out there forever. At some point, Surreal's going to have to move in. I don't know how this went from Surreal being in the compound to Getso's two players holding them out. A very weird turn of events here, honestly. But next circle, for Romanian Men, very central, down from ruins. Again, like we said, on that southwest island. It does give them a lot of options going forward, and they've opted to leave nice and early instead of trying to hold out teams like Istanbul Wildcats and Eastern Stars. They wanted to head to a nice central spot in this circle.
Yeah, Morton might be able to get involved blank with disengagement should they be in the crossfire. Right now, they're moving with vehicles, so of course they have little to no information on whoever might be in front, and it's about time that they probably stop and scout across that boot camp area before crashing into the edge of the circle. See Narvello, along with two of his teammates, getting close to that compound outside the boot camp. Again, they've stopped, and now they need to start to make some noise in the form of getting eyes in the sightline of Getso. Narvello swings it up the boot camp hill into the edge of the circle, so at least an anchor point. Kecthie following suit a little bit further behind.
Find a small bit of respite here. Narvello, like you said, move forward. However, that's a knock coming through, actually, on to Getso. Circle heads down to south side, so nice shots from Getso there. Just the two players. And all that time spent for nothing on that northern side. And as soon as they try and make it in, losing a player, goodness me, Game Lord is just not feeling it this tournament.
They're going to have to correct the lot blank as the next circle shifts down south. At least it's a confirmed Southwest Island finish. That will give a little bit of peace of mind to the remaining teams that are in the lobby. We look at the replay of what happened to two players of Game Lord. Snoz was able to find one, find two, and quick as she goes, Game Lord left with just a duo.
It's just slack gameplay from Game Lord, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, rolling through that area about 2 miles per hour, no knowledge of what's around you. I mean, it is unfortunate, to say the least. Again, Getso were out in the blue for a lot longer than maybe they anticipated in the first place. So perhaps not entirely their fault, but still, right in the open like that, I wasn't a huge fan, to be honest. Beşiktaş coming in, some nades. This time, Maxman Kalaris backing TJB with Jason going for clear vision.
Two Western European teams being backed by all three of the analysts, and Beşiktaş are able to at least take down two of the players from one of the other Western European teams. So Tadwas is knocked. Just two players left for the side of Penta. They're very heavily separated. Muzi not really able to support Halls as he tries to back away. This is outside of the circle. Beşiktaş held onto trifecta. Now they've had to move down while UDR killers get killed, eliminated from this lobby.
What's been down here isn't the best thing in the world for them, to be honest. Eastern Stars underneath them as well. TJB, though, I kind of respect the decision from Maxman and Kalaris going for this, because I feel like TJB is that animal you don't want to back into a corner. But more often than not, it's not players backing them into that corner on Sandhawk, it's this circle itself that backs TJB into the corner. And at that point in time, TJB is like, well, I guess we'll win. That makes sense. We can't go for the heel strike. I guess we have to get the chicken dinner instead. And you just kind of wish they'd do that more often, because on Sandhawk, they tend to group up very nicely. So see what they can get done here. Clear vision, though, striking out.
Doing a great job of holding back Beşiktaş in a compound across from the bridge. The push comes in. HAMODY's on a sliver of health. SonHP is one of two players up with Zessy low down himself, and the defense has been, for the most part, successful. SonHP healing in the blue. Clear vision whittled down to a duo. 4 Romanian Men are third partying from the hill down south. Outside the circle as phase 5 shifts down south once again.
TJB cut to ribbons here by Eastern Stars, in fact, who are throwing shuriken stars of their own towards TJB's position. And TJB were just didn't have the alacrity to catch those one out the air. Eastern Stars are looking in a good spot to kind of retake that position over there. In the meantime, REDOXbot pick up the final players of next Ruya. Really stuck on that eastern side of the circle there between X-Team, REDOXbot, as well as 4 Romanian Men, and now looking over towards Clear Vision's position.
Beautiful from 4 Romanian Men, specifically Redox. They knew exactly where they were, and going for the off angle is perfect for suppressing the remaining players of Clear Vision, and the rest of the team looking to head towards the edge of the circle to get that anchor point position. This is a very clustered circle coming into phase 5. Still 10 teams left, 23 players alive. Flux down on the south side easy as they go, looking for another chicken dinner. This time in Sanhok. fastPay Wildcat steps up, is going to get a knock on the dude. That's a glorious connection from RayX with the UMP. Redox is going to get knocked in return. Suddenly, 4 Romanian men find him just 1 player left alive.
I don't know how this happens, and so quickly as well, but the circle, it moves down to FireFlux, in fact, with Solkay being outside in the blue, potentially trying to go for that heal off, not expecting the rest of the team to actually get this circle in the end. And what they don't realize is there really isn't any team here with a full 4-man squad. The best that they can do is 3 players, and the only other team other than FireFlux with 3 players alive is Eastern Stars on this west side. So Solkay may be pulling the trigger a little bit too early on this heal strat here. FireFlux perhaps doomed to a 2nd place because of it.
With the DBS not really working out, this is Yiz's, I think, one of his first games in the European Championships, if I'm not mistaken. And now Lin is left on his own. He is going for that heal strat, though. fastPay Wildcats will be eliminated at the hands of FireFlux and Eastern Stars together, and that will afford Lin to heal without getting spotted out.
Yeah, regardless of what happens for TJB, they can still go for a decent heal off. When they get 2nd place, I mean, Claris and Max still very, very happy about that one after Clear Vision went down very early on. FireFlux do take down 1 player there in ATHIS, and another goes down to Zombie. Goodness me, suddenly Eastern Stars down to just Kapahala.
And as the circle shifts over to the west, it at least will go in his direction. That should, within reason, force FireFlux and X Team to engage on each other as they look to enter the circle. X Team on the high ground, down to 2 players. Technically, FireFlux have 3 players up, but Solkay, as you mentioned earlier, is healing in the blue.
An unfortunate turn of events as well for Eastern Stars, because they could have sat out there all day long. They didn't have to push up because the circle hard shifts their way. Well, that's going to be in their nightmares tonight, that singular circle. Eastern Stars, though, just with Kapahala, looking to see how far he can go. Unfortunately, you got Lin out off in the distance with about 19 first aid kits still in his backpack.
I still think Kapahala can clutch this up. If anybody can, it's the Warlord himself. Because of the high ground position X Team has, and it's against the might of FireFlux, the current leaders of the lobby. It's going to be tough cookie to crumble. And Kecth is going to make him pay. Gets 1 knock, goes for the 2nd, and that's going to be the end of X Team. Kapahala in a 1v2, and I got to think that FireFlux, off the back of getting a couple of eliminations onto Eastern Stars, do know roughly where Kapahala is. Solkay goes down in the blue. He's going to crawl his way in, but unlikely going to get revived up. This is a 1v2 against Kapahala. Can Eastern Stars find another chicken dinner in day 3? But that's not going to be the case. That is a 3-point nade if I've ever seen it from Kecth.
And that had to be the nade there and then. With the circle moving up towards Kapahala's position, there's a real chance for him to go for the win there. Now Lin looking down towards FireFlux's spot. Realistically, he has about a couple of seconds to get a single elimination here point, but it really does require the guys from FireFlux to get in position. Oh my goodness me. What forethought from these guys to drop the smoke down just in case there is a player like Lin out in the distance and quickly slip back in and potentially not get spotted. This is a huge game for FireFlux regardless. This point total will shoot them up in front of the lead, in front of the peloton. They're sprinting away from the pack now.
Yeah, indeed. We saw Team Secret back in, I think it was PMGC, do this against the Bluebies. It's not meant to be, a knock comes through, but either way, Lin goes down to the blue. And once again, we mentioned the word blue. It's FireFlux with the blue and black jerseys grab themselves another chicken dinner. I gotta think, Blank, can this team even be stopped?
At this point in time, it's going to be extremely hard to send them back. 27-point total game. there just on Sandhawk. I mean, those aren't small numbers either. This is very, very good stuff overall from FireFlux. They are really on a tear at the moment, and it's gonna really take almost a miracle at this point in time, a team to really pump their numbers up, and there's realistically only 2 teams that can do it, and it's the 2 teams behind them currently.
I get that there was a little bit of circle look there. However, I would also look at it as very safe, intuitive rotations, sticking to the south side of that southwest island, recognizing that a lot of the teams are going to be clustered up the north, thinking that later phases would shift in another direction. So FireFlux, in my opinion, played every other team like a fiddle.
Regnum Kaya, 199 points, so just a little bit behind FireFlux at the moment. But it's Beşiktaş in 3rd place, and I think this is where we really need to think about this. Honestly, at this point in time, it says Beşiktaş needs to bring back that massive potential that they've shown us before, right? I think that they're one of the most dominant teams going through from Turkey, and in 3rd place, I don't think they'd be happy with that. But FireFlux so far are just playing so damn well that it is hard to say that their 1st place is not undeserved. It is really something they've cemented in for themselves.
Another chicken dinner for FireFlux as they dominate the lobby. Let's head for a break, back to the desk.
Team match, let's go.
Down 1.
Boom! Look at that. Oh my god. There you go. Easy. It took like 3 lives to get it.
I'm waiting for you.
Where is he? Oh my god, they're so fast! Oh yes, I got one. Easy.
Nice, man.
I feel like this is not casters versus players. This is just seeing who out of us 2 gets the most kills. 360. Oh no, he got me mid-air. I was gonna do a 360, mate. Oh, that would have been sick. I wanna.
Okay, I'm coming. He's on me. Oh my god.
Ah! Help me! Boom, nice. Get clapped. Oh, boom! Yes! Oh. Come on. We played this together, boy. Okay, I hit him. Hit marker. I got one. Your turn. Go for it. Oh, I got it. Oh, I traded it. Come on.
Yeah, go from top, okay.
Dead.
You got it? Oh, sweet. Good job.
Yeah, 1 left.
Okay, no, I won't be able to win him like this. He's going to be faster than me. Oh, man. Whoa.
I'm dead. I got.
Okay, this is the win.
Yeah, what the hell?
I beat a pro player! I beat him! Oh, I got another one! That was very loud.
You are very good, man. You are very good.
I know! I'm insane!
Yeah, I'm staying here. Yeah. There's one guy behind.
Oh! Oh my god! What's going on?
One pushing me on the left. On me.
Okay, right side. I'm gonna pick that 1v1.
Oh my word! What is this?
Very nice.
This guy's cracked!
Let's go pushing me the right.
Oh my god! I got a headshot! What am I doing? That was almost a pro gamer moment.
That's my first kill.
You got your first kill? Wow, my boy. I'm so proud of you. We are representing all casters of the world. And now. I couldn't shoot! What? Okay. I blame the game on that one. That's not my fault. That's not my fault.
Oh no, that was that was bad. That was bad. Come on, one more point. We gotta clutch it. We gotta clutch it, man. Nice. Good job. No. Oh, you blocked me. You blocked me.
No.
You know, we thought there might have been a chance for TJB there, but unfortunately Lin just didn't have the bandages, wasn't able to hit the shots at the very end. But Fireflux, can we just give him the championship now? Should we just give him the trophy? Should we give him the 40K? Like, what is going on? This team is just looking insane.
I mean, Avenger level threat, like championship caliber level team, like everything we used to describe the teams are doing well, we're going to use them right now to describe Fireflux, because, man, every single game there, even the bad games for them are still really good games compared to like what the rest of the lobby are doing currently. That is how good Fireflux currently are. 27 points on this game. And this is the big thing about Sanhok, right, Kalaris, is that normally this is the map where it's hard to be consistent. Man, they got 2 wins on this map out of the 3 total Sanhok games. Like, they've truly cracked the code to this map.
I feel like there was even like insurance policies being taken by them in this game as well. Obviously, they had one of their members out in the blue, kind of, you know, maybe he found it harder to make the transition with his team, or maybe he was trying to hold an off angle. But regardless, that could have quite easily, we didn't see the full perspective, but that could have quite easily been, you know, a heel strap member, right? And then they still win. Like, imagine if they were all full 3 in there and then holding it down. Like, they're looking, we said it earlier in the day, on another level right now. And, you know, long may it continue here up at the top.
Yeah, I don't know what's really going to stop them, to be honest. We haven't seen a single team really be able to do so. Regnum have been, unfortunately, just a little bit quiet today. I mean, they're still being consistent, but they haven't had these explosive games that we're seeing Fireflux have for themselves. I'm looking down the list. I mean, for Romanian Men, again, decent game. X team, I mean, we don't really get to talk about them too much. They're generally on the bottom of the leaderboard. I was gonna say bottom half leaderboard, but no, they are the bottom. So it's nice to see them have an okay game, but they need to be consistent. They need to continue to push this here. And TJB, for all of you who didn't watch Western Europe, that's just TJB. They will heal off in the blue. We didn't get to see it, I think, in the first 2 games too much. I think in the very first day, they actually got eliminated very early on. But still good to see some teams stepping up.
They actually had a good day right now. They got themselves a win early on Miramar. They got themselves this good game here too. So actually, they might be the leading team of Western Europe right now. They might have overtaken Clear Vision. We'll have to see if we look at the overall rankings. But good to see from them. But they're at the bottom still. Like, we're seeing Surreal at the bottom. We're seeing Penta, SGG, that is still my surprise. We're still not seeing like the big pop off from SGG. They're still sometimes getting a few eliminations down there. It seems like they're struggling to find that momentum right here.
Well, Fireflux has all the momentum going their way. We're going to take a look at their average stats across the entire event. 1,300 average damage and surviving for almost 22 minutes on average.
On average? How do you have an average of this almost 22 minutes?
I mean, Sanhok lasts 20 minutes, so, you know, no, I'm joking. This is ridiculous, yeah. Especially with the 1,300 damage, like, putting that out. I mean, of course, they've got some, like, big elimination games, right, which are kind of carrying that along. But, I mean, even still, you know, if you look at the 16 elim games from them, that's still, like, if I recall correctly, about 3k damage that they were doing in that game. So, like, they are... Yeah, it's really a joy to watch a team operating like this at the moment. Again, in a lobby as powerful as this, and I'm hoping to see more of it.
I'm super impressed also with their conversion rate from damage into eliminations, right? Like here right now, what we're seeing from them is every 200 damage, they basically get almost 1 elimination, which is super good for them to hold on to. And it just goes to highlight how good the team as a whole is, even though Solkay, if we look at his stats, potentially not doing as much, but man, the fact that every time they get in such good positions and they fight for the right positions at the right time, like his eye gelling is also on point, and he's really leading this powerhouse of a team in the right direction every time. It's just a great combination of strength of all the players together that just allows them to be in first place right now. And what they can do in future events, and I really want to see what they can do in PMGC, because I think that this is a caliber of gameplay that would really help them stand out in this type of event.
Cursed.
Well, hopefully they get to PMGC so we can actually see that one happen. Remind you guys once again at home, whether you're lounging out in your backyard or you're lounging out on your sofa in your living room, or even if you're on your bed in your own room, make sure to tweet to us with the hashtag PMPL EU Champs and let us know how you're watching the show here currently. And again, extra points for you if we are on camera or if you catch the casters on camera, actually, since they're on for so little time. But then again, there's like a rewind button so you can easily see them. So don't cheat. I trust all of you out there, just like I trust our commentators to bring us the action coming up here in our next match of the day.
We're like a rare pull from a pack of cards or something, you know. It's very unlikely that you catch us on the screen, but when you do, oh, it's satisfying, Imperium. You absolutely love to see it.
We're like the signature cards, right? You know, we're gold standard, we're rare. Can't beat us in that regard. We're heading into the 5th game of the day as my ego swells a little bit more, and indeed Fireflux have been on a tear. However, Eastern Star is currently the best Western Europe team, and they have had a consistent improvement. The volatility is still noticeable in terms of the performances throughout the day, but when you take the overall day-by-day results, 33 points in day 1, 44 points in day 2, and in only 4 games today, they're on 42 points. So yeah, to give them credit where it's due, it has been a step up day by day.
That's what I mean. That's what you want to see, right? If you're not going to be finishing in those top spots, you do just want to be putting consistency in there, making sure that you know you have that baseline. Especially given, you know, that they're going to be moving, looking towards the 2nd season this year, and really starting to develop themselves from this international experience, and that's kind of what this whole tournament's going to be about for the majority of these teams, right? Because not everybody's going to be moving forwards in this season's gameplay. So we're going to be looking at what they're able to pull out the bag, what they're going to be able to gain from this experience, and we are going to experience match number 5 right now.
Playing path, not too bad starting just outside of Stalbar, heading down towards the southwest, but the diagonal direction does make it a little bit easier for the teams to deal with. Heading towards George Paul is going to be a bit tricky, so I wonder if TJB will drop early, maybe go for a couple of vehicles on the north of the river and then make their way towards North George, wondering where Fireflux will look to go because of the amount of teams that drop around the Rosshawk, Watertown, and kind of Gaka areas of the map. They might be looking in the same direction as TJB on this drop.
Game Lord out onto the Lipovka Mansion split, trying to operate on that eastern side. It's a fairly kind playing path for them, even kinder to Beşiktaş on that Yasnaya Polyana drop, left alone as well. No one to contend with them there. Looks like they even went out as far as the gas station towards the bridge to the west of them to pick up a vehicle. Nicely done. And that will afford them ample opportunity to make those rotations later on. Plane will just head on out towards the south side of things, and teams are starting to make that break west, as does the circle.
It's not too bad. It's still hovering on that southwest, but with much greater scope on heading in any direction, coming into obviously phase 2, phase 3 onwards. A tickle of the military island in play does, you know, risk that split, that divide. Should it head down south? Honestly, I wouldn't say no to it. Of course, it means that it's a bit trickier for Wildcats in terms of, do they stay in the circle of phase 1 and wait for phase 2 to pop up and hopefully shifts up north, creating an easier path on across the bridge? Do they look to avoid Surreal by heading towards that eastern bridge, as they have a couple of other games? The options are there, and I don't think they've had the worst time in the world with these rotations, but I'm also not overly confident of them getting into the late game from that military island drop.
If you want to be a little bit more confident about what they're going to be able to do in the future, you need to be watching. And if you are watching, you're contributing to the milestones. For the peak concurrent users, of course, at the top end, there's plenty of rewards for you to be accruing if we reach our target. 80,000 concurrent viewers is the top target, and that will net everyone Crimson Swordsman set, 2 PMPL activity crates, and a PMPL 2022 Spring t-shirt, which is a permanent cosmetic. So really, really want to get your hands on those. So let's keep on watching. Let's make sure you're sticking around and contributing towards that milestone.
Flux didn't quite head towards South Georgia. They've opted for a 2-2 split, I believe. 2 in the north of the river, 2 in the south of the river. Actually, if anything, a little bit of a 2-1-1. Kudor is split in between Solkay and Kecth outside of Ruins. So far, so good. Xray seem to be playing their own game as they have a healthy split themselves. S2G dropping on that Gatka split as they have come to control. They don't, believe it or not, I don't think in this kind of circle they need to worry too much about gathering themselves up together. If it was a bit more southwest, I would definitely say, yeah, be careful of a migration in this direction. But like I mentioned, with the scope of that phase 1 still possibly leaning towards an east, a very heavy south, a possible very heavy north, I don't think we're going to have too many teams heading in the direction of S2G.
No, I'm looking at generally what the game plan might be for Fireflux, thinking about, you know, why they went for that sort of wide split. You look at where the circle pops, it's likely they're going to be wanting to play from the compounds on the east end of Everest, of the mountain in the middle, and try and leapfrog from that position, get across early. Getso have actually descended from Severny very, very early. For a Severny team, that is a very early southerly rotation for Getso.
I appreciate this, and I really think it's a positive move from Getso, because that north of the river spot inside the circle is so thinly veiled. If they get ahead of the pack of potentially TJB, even Game Lord, Beşiktaş, possibly Regnum Carrier, they do have that potential of funneling traffic in another direction, picking up a couple of eliminations, and of course leaning towards a controlling mid game. Getso really haven't had the strongest of performances. They made mistakes. For example, in that previous game, they had a really easy chance to take out the final 2 players of, I believe, Surreal, if I'm not mistaken, and they didn't really do that. So I do question their ability to control off the back of an early rotation. But again, I can appreciate it, John.
It looks like Fireflux actually going all the way to South George as well, diverting from their position on the east side of Everest, not wanting to go for one of those compounds. They could look to guard out TJB. We've seen the efficacy on the edge of these circles in the last couple games as well, so maybe that's what they're going to be looking to do, play from that northern side, play from that northwestern edge, and contend with teams there.
I know what would be a good split in this kind of circle, depending on of course, what area of the map in terms of north, south, east, west. But if you want to control that kind of northern side / northwestern side, a 2-2 split between Everest and the radio tower, I think would be a very valuable split to hold on to, because radio tower in the fields, it gives you that kind of open lockdown more towards the south, more towards the east, and the Everest train covers up north. It covers a bit to that eastern side of Ruins should you have those 2 players looking in that direction. And again, coming into phase 2, phase 3, you're much more able to react quickly because their full squad is generally closer together. So I'd like to see that for Fireflux. Time will tell.
UDR Killers on the north side of Pachinki, close to Regnum Kaya, but there's fights going off across the way as Penta take on Surreal. They will be able to get themselves most of that compound for them to be getting on with, but Salazar for UDR Killers on the north side of Pachinki is going to get taken down, is going to get taken out and flushed away. Regnum Kaya, 4 players alive, 2 eliminations. They're on the church on the northwest of Pachinki, a very valuable position in this next circle.
You can see even kind of within reason, Xray looking a little bit in that direction, and even Clear Vision traveling through here from that school apartments split. I look at that, what we just saw between Regnum Carry and UDR is just a clear indication that UDR are not learning from their mistakes and showing that volatility, that inconsistency, because Regnum Carrier have done something very similar to them in that Pachinki area. It was a bit more south of Pachinki, but they've done something very similar to the point where, in my eyes, in this kind of game, UDR should have been way more aware of that potentially happening and be much more ready for the defense, or just disengage away from completely from Pachinki early on.
Surreal disengaging from S2G towards one of the Everest compounds, so they will be on the northwestern side with the threat of Fireflux at the top side of it, as well as DJB, who have performed in the past, not really seeing as much of it this time around on the overalls. They're still doing a little bit of work, and they have to be worried. S2G with their forwards position of Kecthie. The question is, are they going to spot this? Are they going to know there's a player on the roof? Because at the moment, they shouldn't have really any indication that he's there. ArHaPY does take a couple shots from Kecthie, and that is going to give the game away. ArHaPY inside there, and that nade could be good if it lands in through the window. Doesn't quite manage to hit on the windowsill. Will not bobble in. Unfortunately for them, Solkay is going to fall as well. Kecthie left high and dry, and ALKING actually moving around. A nice nade in, evens the numbers. I don't think they know he's there. SAMO is on the swivel, however, and he is going to be able to take down those shots. The suppressor on that UMP might have played wonders there. Rip 7 forwards and looks for the knock on HAMODY. Absolutely nails that shot. Hamzy healing in the meantime, and they're putting bullets through that window towards ALKING. They know where he is, and Kecthie leads the charge up the stairs, wants to challenge around this stairway, and it's going to fade away. Wait for backup, allow the teammates to come on in, get those reses, remount for the 4 versus 1, but they're not even going to need to wait that long as Kecthie cleans it up as the push down the stairs comes through.
Bish bash bosh, great push by S2G. They had a wonderful spread. Yes, Kecthie was on the roof of that building, which was very exposing, and we feared for his life in that regard. However, he stood tall, he stood down, got a nade, threaded through the window of that wizard tower, was able to get a knock, and in the end, it was just too easy for S2G to clear vision out. And it's good to see S2G win a clean engagement without losing a casualty, because like I said to Blank, I think one of the patterns that they've showed in these games is taking fights and losing players early on, and that massively hurts their late game potential. Phase 2, however, did shift massively over to the east. So great for Game Lord, great for X Team, and great for Eastern Stars, all coming in a bit later into Phase 1, Phase 2 circle.
For Romanian Men on the south side, near those hills on the Gatka South there. Should have a little bit of an opening. Surreal wending their way through the buildings of Pochinki. Under the purview of Regnum Karya. Shots going to be taken their way. They split and scurry, trying to find those mouse holes to slink on into in Pochinki.
Honestly, some kind of weird rotation from Surreal, considering they landed south of Ferry Pier, and I get they might not have wanted to gatekeep Wildcats, for example, but for them to go so far up north in Phase 1 when it's Phase 1, you don't really know where Phase 2, Phase 3 is going to go, and you're committing that aggressively to a north position that is so far away from your drop spot, what I would argue is solid pathlines into the next couple of phases, and then they send it right through Pochinki. Yeah, some questionable plays from Surreal for the time being, and as of right now, I get that Phase 2 is kind of locked, quite centralized around Pochinki. They're not exactly in the best place.
Early rotations, maybe not always wise to go super deep, but have to wait and see how things pay off. Obviously, Clear Vision, the only team to go down right now. 2 players lost for the UDR Killers, and 1 player for Surreal. As teams are getting harried, but not taken down just yet. I really like Regnum Karya's position. On the north side of Pochinki, they have control of the church. They have a lot of sight lines towards the north and over Pochinki Main as well. They're not fully committed to the city. And if I had to make a prediction right now, that would be the one I'm going for.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. It's why they pushed onto UDRs earlier on, right? Yeah, they didn't know where Phase 2 was going to go, but preparing, setting up, having many exit variables is always a good thing, as they do have inside their position. The 3 teams that I mentioned that were good on the eastern side in the Phase 2 shift have just decided for some reason to get super close to each other. I get Eastern Stars and X Team because they actually did kind of lock horns a little bit leading into Phase 1, and I believe an elimination point on the X Team. Once again, they're clashing, and Game Lord are opting to disengage as Phase 3 shifted heavily up north.
3 players for X Team, one of them right up against the wall here, pushing around, and Octavian should know exactly where this guy is now. They've got that information. It will be passed over to Bazzy. You can operate as a protector inside. A lot of damage over towards Bazzy, and the burn is good. on the eastern side. They have left this player. This is, by the way, really far towards the back. This is on the outside of the circle. They are right. They're actually having to leave, X team, having to leave this circle to try and get back into it. But Eastern Stars have a response, and you've got to think, do X team want to commit to both of their players remaining to go for this fight? If they take down ATHIS, maybe.
I think they should. They've already gotten one knock. Why not go for a little bit of a push? I think it could be something that Eastern Stars wouldn't expect. Therefore, you do have that surprise engagement. It was a sloppy engagement from Eastern Stars. In my opinion, there's no need for them to get a player knocked in that opinion. It should just have been a full team push. They tried to play it a little bit too cleverly, and as Nightmare pushes in onto Kapahala all on his lonesome, he gets the knock, he gets the point, and again, sloppy from Eastern Stars.
Having an absolute nightmare there. 3 players remaining from them. It is zone 3. They'll be okay for the time being, but they do have to think about where they're going to go because real estate is filling up fast. X team, 2 players, going to be moving a little bit faster than they are right now and heading up towards apartments, towards that sort of school area, which as of now remains unoccupied. This is a choice that Kudo has made. Going up here, you are super isolated. You get a lot of sightlines, but in this fight could prove to be invaluable. Penta losing a player early. Nade over the top from Dokkan Machine towards the position. Is it going to land? Is it going to be on the money? I think it might have been. Able to absolutely tear Penta apart. 2 players going down out in the open. You love to see it.
Great teamwork, great communication for next Ria. As Penta, with their 2 remaining players, do catch Flux out a little bit to pick up an elimination point. Surreal are to the north on the edge of Watertown and deep in the center of the circle, so that's something that Nexuria will want to be careful of. Headshot Hills is open, free, and ready to be sprawled across by the likes of Beşiktaş, possibly Regnum Caria. 4 Romanian men are on the compound down the south of school, and once again, like you mentioned, school and apartments realistically unoccupied at this stage, and honestly, I think that's the best. That's the best thing. You don't really want to lock down school this early in the game.
Flux down to 3 on the northwestern side, and that is another pretty hard shift coming through. Down to the southwest, it is right on top of the Headshot Hills. This is going to be a terrain-based finished Imperium, and it is going to get messy.
One mistake I think Regnum Caria made, and I'm not even trying to say just because the circle has shifted down southwest, I really don't think they needed to disengage away from that kind of church hillside position outside of Pachinki, because that still overlooks the Headshot Hills, right? You still get sightlines and you're not really within the cluster. And again, I'm really trying not to say that just because the circle has gone back down to southwest. I really don't think they needed a move. They have, however, they're still in the circle, but it's center of Headshot Hills, and that's extremely difficult, John, to lock down and control.
Next team, pop an aid over towards Game Lord over on the east. The apartment's proving to be troublesome. 2 Western European teams who have suffered at the hands of this tournament so far, and Game Lord want their retribution. Nightmare taken down, leaving just Zombie alive for X team. They know the position, they can get that flush, and they can look for another one as well. They are going to have to move pretty far, and they're going to have some difficult positions to move through on that eastern side. If Zombie can get away, maybe he's going to be able to sneak through. That's a bold crossing, but Victor lets him make it. Looking for the heal on the first aid, takes the trade with Akashi, and actually wins it out. Into the buggy, dangerous, but he gets the hop out, gets stabilized, and Robs cleans it up.
Yeah, it's okay from Game Lord, right? They really didn't need to lose a player as well. They had a massive split in the last circle. I think they actually can. No, maybe they can't. There's a Kashi, they're down to 2 players, and again, it's okay. This is a team in PMPL Western Europe that they've realistically dominated, and they're barely winning a team fight in the European Championships. Yeah, it is what it is from Game Lord.
Difficult path ahead of them. 17.5 minutes. 2G lose Kelsey, but they traded off. Silas is knocked as well, so 2 players standing. Group 7 and Hamzy. Both looking to try and stay alive in ruins on the northwestern side. Could prove to be a really strong position into this next circle. Teams on that west are struggling. Beşiktaş in a very solid spot. They've got a lot of cover there. They've got that position to play from. But Flux are fragging out on the south side. TJB suffering at their hands.
This is an important engagement for S2G. It'll keep them in the running up towards the upper half of the standings. TJB go down as well. Push comes in. Lovely nade, a double knock. Beautiful defense from Getso.
I mean, you said there's the push, but there's the shove back. And when it comes to it, Getso are going to defend, as you say, losing one to the knee, but is resable. Silas cooking the nade, wants to try and get a little bit of revenge. A nice bank off the top there, and he gets the knock with the nade. Silas wants to put more on the board. How many times can this guy clutch out? One more? Potentially. And into the breach he rolls. The nade is forwards, and it's good. There's the burn.
Oh my God.
Beautifully found, and Getso crumble. The nades from Silas. The clutch factor from this guy just does not sleep.
Change the team name from S2G to S5G. Silas 5G, because that connection is so strong with the gun that he's clutching up time and time again. It was initially a strong defense from Getso, but instead of going for the revive, they should have made sure that they cleared out the squad wipe.
I was really wondering where you were going for that, but I feel like you pulled that one off quite nicely.
Thank you, thank you.
Good job, Kudur. This position now is going to get shut down. He's been pretty pivotal for next Ruya's domination over this Sunken City area, but getting down this tower, I'd be surprised if he makes it, to be honest, but somehow he's getting away with getting very, very low. That should be resable for next Ruya if they are quick on the buzzer. If Frozen can get up there, start this res early, they might be able to get him running.
I would argue it's not worth it. It's too much risk of having a second player knocked. And when you have Penta close by, you have Surreal close by, and you're outside of the circle of phase 4, you just take the loss and go. But either way, they have gone for the revive. They've pulled it off in time as quick as they come, but they still have to make it into the edge of this circle.
fastPay Wildcats careen into center circle, and Regnum Karya lose 2. Currently they were holding that position. Now it's the property of the fastPay Wildcats. Fireflux spotted out by Beşiktaş. Over on that western side, going to make that approach a lot harder. Beşiktaş playing edge now. They've been really corralled into that position. They have got some good cover there. They can watch a lot of these teams maneuver.
I think they're pushing towards Fireflux without any real information. Lux is going to get the knock into Enjoy 7. Luckily, his teammate in return is 4 Romanian Men guarding Wildcats in the center of the circle. What did I say about Regnum Karya? Difficult to control the center Hedgehog Hills. Wildcats try and do the same thing. I would argue a little bit too early into the game, despite it being phase 5.
Still, time left on the clock. We have not finished just yet. Regnum Karya with 2 alive. Playing on the eastern side, close to the 4 Romanian Men, who are struggling to get over this next ridge line, this next divot, proving troublesome. You've got Nano as well to be worried about on this side of things. On that south side, might have a broadside angle onto 4 Romanian Men. In fact, he does. He's proving troublesome. 4 players alive for 4 Romanian Men, but they're going to send it straight in over the divot. Regnum Karya looking for the spray down, but it's just not going to happen for them.
That's a nice engagement, nice push from 4 Romanian Men. Proactive, they needed to make a move. They might lose Redox on the back end as next Ruya push on forward, up to 4 eliminations and counting as they get the knock onto another Wildcats player.
And there's the circle coming through. Southwest hard shift away from this central hill. They've made so much effort. They've put it all in to get here, and now they're going to be drawn out towards Beşiktaş, towards Fireflux. These 2 duos really have had a really solid shift coming in for this particular circle.
Plus the final player of S2G, Silas. Gotta keep him in mind because the man, the myth, the legend himself can pull out all the stops, so it should be. Of course, he is outside the circle, so he's got a hell of a distance to travel. Wildcats down to 2 players, and it's a 1-1 split. Essentially, John taking 2 fights at once.
Next Ruya really as the X factor in this next couple of circles. They're playing as a 4-man squad. They are ready to move down south, but they have so much open ground. If they can get the cross, it's anyone's game. But if not, it might just be a duke out between Beşiktaş and Fireflux.
I gotta think they must have a decent bit of utility because they were inside Watertown for quite a while, and I'm sure they haven't really used that many smokes from their backpack, so hopefully all that utility that they saved will work out. A couple of little hills to the side will be able to cover them, I believe, initially making it into the circle. Remains to be seen.
Cut down. 4 Romanian men try and make that cross, and that's a glimpse into the fate of next Ruya, into their future. You see just what happens when you try and make that happen. Silas, he's popping up against next Ruya. 2 of them already down, looking for more as well, but finally he's shut out. Can't get another clutch on the cards, but that's going to slow next Ruya down. It's going to allow them, well, not allow them to move just yet. With the circle encroaching, they need to make this push soon, and everyone's looking their way.
Hell of an effort from the solo star Silas to 3 S's. But in the end, Xray are able to get themselves up as a full squad. Dokuma has been able to push into the circle, so that anchor point is there, John.
When did that happen? Goodness me. Okay, yeah, they do have those hills. That's the ridge that you were talking about. They are in for this next one. Boran could be the X factor. I've said that of 2 teams now, so I'm actually going to stick to next Ruya being the X factor here, but they are 4 players alive. Boran could be a little bit of a spoiler on next Ruya's position, unless Fireflux spot him out. I think they have. Look at that. You can see those arrows pointing out that way.
The one thing I fear about next Ruya is all 4 of their players are bunched together. You have 2-3 nades in their direction. That's going to be a clean squad wipe. So as much as they made it into the circle, by no means is this game secured.
Huge sightlines for Beşiktaş right now. They have such a good spot for seeing just what's going on. It goes close to them. Look at that shift. You have to be worried that you lose a player there, but yet not quite able to get all of the damage they're looking for. Over towards Peace, but Fireflux have a long way to go.
This is dead open on the shift. There's literally nothing for any of these teams to play with.
Kecth trying to put those nades towards Boran. They know he's here. They absolutely know. Behind this tree. It's not a T-Rex, Boran. You can't get away from the damage if you don't move. You need to be more careful around those nades. One more will do the trick. Kecth knows it. Boran's already popped the heal. He might be able to get it off and survive a little bit longer, but that's going to seal the deal. Kecth takes fastPay Wildcats out of the equation.
Tut. It only took 1 nade against Kapahala. It took 4 against the final player Wildcats. Slip and catch, obviously a joke. Great play by Fireflux. Gets them into the top 3.
2 players for Fireflux, 2 players for Beşiktaş, but Peace has been spotted. Spray down by Kecth. This time around, landing the damage that they needed. They do have to descend that high ground and isolate those sight lines. Fireflux try and make the cross. Kecth goes down in the open. Lutz still going in with the buggy and makes it across to the position he was looking for. Open into that position, but Lutz's back is visible there. Kecth not able to get those shots, but finally it goes up. Kudur for next Ruya takes it down. 2 players for Beşiktaş now against 4 from next Ruya. Now Kudur spotted. Peace opens up the bidding nicely. Finds a second as well. Turns it on its head, but his teammates down. Now all on the MVP candidate. Peace for the squad of Beşiktaş. One of the prides of the Turkish region up against next Ruya. Nade over the top. Good. Onto Dokuma Machine. Has 2 players to contend with. Breaks out wide. Frozen wants the challenge. Peace looks for another, but it can't quite make it happen. It's next Ruya to take it away from Beşiktaş. Next Ruya chicken dinner.
Excellently controlled game for the most part, bar the end engagement a little bit sloppy, them nearly going down to the hands of Peace, but in the end, yeah, a very solid game from next Ruya. They took some risky movement, they took some chances. However, when push came to shove, especially on the phase 7, they didn't move too early compared to the likes of Fireflux and even within reason Beşiktaş. They waited, and they were rewarded with that chicken dinner.
It was really, really solid shots coming through out of that window from Peace to be able to get to. It was unfortunate that the teammate went down. I feel like playing as a duo there maybe afford a little bit more opportunity. But then if he hadn't taken that engagement, maybe Peace wouldn't have had that flexibility to take those shots out into the open field with a little bit less fear. But either way, doing a lot of work, a lot of points earned. Look at that catch. 6 eliminations, 2 nade eliminations. Fireflux just don't stop.
I'd say Kecth, to me, has to be biggest MVP candidate so far. Game after game after game, he is just on fire, on fire, on fire.
He's burning it up out there, putting everything under pressure, and we will be seeing a lot more of them, I'm sure, in the days to come. But for now, we're going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the desk.
I mean, I know it was tense in the game for those teams there, but it was tense in the analysis room because we were all going against each other at the very end there. I was just happy Fireflux lost. I didn't care if I lost, just because I don't want my prediction to we'll lose and you guys win, because then I could potentially lose this whole thing. But either way, we do have Xray taking themselves a victory, a much-needed victory yet again. This team has, as we've been saying all day and pretty much the entire event so far, kind of underperforming in our eyes, but a big win nonetheless for them, though Peace did give them a run for their money.
Yeah, it's actually very scary. There was Peace and SonHP know the full MVP of PMPL Turkey and also the finals MVP of PMPL Turkey together. So like, there was a chance it was going to go the way of Beşiktaş, but it didn't quite happen. And Xray actually in positions that were not easy to hold on to at the very end. They're able to actually play around their utility really well, but as you said, they were given a run for their money. But Xray, they still have those little moments where they do really good games, but they don't follow it up with like some good momentum, which is, I think, really what hinders their chances of really being at the top.
I feel like it's the Game 5 blessing. Didn't they win Game 5 yesterday as well? When we were like, oh, wow, that's a really cool rotate, when we all ended up predicting them. So, yeah, the Game 5 blessing for the Manarengel, man. They've got it.
All right, we'll take a look at our match standings here. We can see 28 points coming in for them, but Fireflux and Beşiktaş again, 18 and 15 points respectively. Right now, I'm still going to be there on the front page with 4 points, but these two teams here, I feel like they're just running away with this entire event.
Yeah, I mean, they are. Like, looking at how the day has been going for these teams, it's been such a good average for Beşiktaş throughout all of today, and it's not even been insane in terms of their placements. They got 2 second places, they got 1 here, they got himself 1 also on the first game of the day. But even their bad games, they get 6 eliminations, 5 eliminations, 3 eliminations. It might not look like much on the game, but when you add them back to back to back, like, you're just not going to budge really from that top 3 position they currently are in the rankings. So yeah, I think we have our top 3. They're not going to be moving too much. I think the top 3 itself might change a little bit, but I don't think there are any other clear contenders here because they're just always at the top. It's Fireflux, it's Beşiktaş, and you're also going to be having Regnum Carrier get the good games every once in a while.
I mean, since round 7, they've won every 3rd map. So they win, then there's 2 games, then they win, then there's 2 games, then they win, then there's 2 games, then they win. So there's a little bit of a pattern emerging for Fireflux, I suppose. But yeah, just crazy stuff coming out from them. And obviously, me and Max both picked them, and it came at a moment where we were watching them rotate from the west side, trying to find a high ground. So even though they were 1 man short, when making that rotate, they're still looking for these slight high ground positions, which they understand that there aren't many teams there. We can use this, leverage this to our advantage here, just above where Beşiktaş was. And it could have worked out if they'd have not lost another one to TJB, I feel, on that move.
Yeah, I have the impression Solkay takes himself out early on purpose, just so you can have the POV over the 3 players. So you can IGL with like full information on where all the 3 players are. But yeah, as a 3-man, that's the good thing, right? So even if they're a 3-man crew, they will perform. So they made the most out of it.
On the second page, you can see Clear Vision, unfortunately 0 points, TJB as well. You know, I remember during the last event we did, the Western Europe event, we started to call it out for some teams. Like, yep, there's no chance they're going to break through. I mean, I guess at the time it was for top 8. or for obviously super weekends. But I almost want to say TJB, no chance for them getting first place anymore because they just can't seem to pick up points consistently enough. But then again, you could almost say the same for Game Lord here. X Team, UDR Killers. Unfortunately, there's a lot of these Western European teams here on the second page again.
Yeah, I'll have to really ask, especially Akashi, because that was the big thing that we had on the pre-show today, right, Kalash, is that are they going to continue going for those extremely slow rotations, right? Especially the Erangel one where they're dropping towards Komeshki and Robs is even further away from the rest of the team. Why do they stick to a game style that's clearly not working in this scenario? Are they training for like the next event I haven't heard of? Maybe, I don't know, but it's definitely something that they're committing to, even though it's not working. So I'll have to ask Kash what's going on, because it is a big question mark. I have no idea what the reasoning is behind it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of their approach here this tournament. It feels like when they're on the edge, even like it felt like the circle threw them a bone. It hard shift their direction whilst they weren't in that second one. They're like, okay, find yourself a spot. Come on, lads. No, they still kind of floundering around on the edge, really indecisive, moving up towards Rozok's cool area, then kind of moving a bit back down. I mean, admittedly, you could have done a south rotate on that next shift that comes in, but yeah, not a big fan of what we're seeing from Game Lord here.
Okay, well, let's move on from this and take a look at our top fraggers in the day. I know we've had a lot of big plays here out of Fireflux, but I want to see if anyone else is able to step up here and, damn, catch 22 elims on the day. That's more than like some people get an entire event.
Yeah, I feel like my Lord Kalaris and Jason that we're going to be having another Fireflux MVP.
So Kalaris is the Lord and I'm just Jason.
I mean, I don't know who is above the other. You know, I don't know.
No, we're equal.
Okay, so
we're above you.
I mean, yeah, okay. I understood that was the premise, my liege, but okay. Okay. You're to your command. But yeah, Kecth has always been there, and he's been impressive. As I said, I was expecting big things from Solkay, from Solkay, and also from Lux, but like Kecth really came through this event for me, and from the supermassive Blaze roster. And yeah, Lux has been able to be there and perform for fastPay, but I don't see any team that can really beat them. I know I keep repeating myself. I sound like a broken record right now, but this team just looks so good, and no one can even compare to them right now.
They're 100 points effectively ahead of fourth place at the moment, which is insane. I mean,
at this stage.
Yeah, wow. And then Kecth, Lutz, and Solus, in terms of the MVP rankings, 3 of them are in the top 5. That's pretty unheard of, I think is fair to say. Oh.
Yeah, it's insane stuff. And honestly, it's about if this team can continue to look better and better, because they have been playing ever since, I guess, since not the first day necessarily, but like day 2 and today, they have just hit this kind of high and they're continuing to maintain it, which makes it even more impressive that they're being able to do this over and over again. For you guys at home, though, we still want to see how you guys are watching PMPL here. I'm not sure if we have any of them to check in with, but what I can tell you is you can tweet to us or post on Instagram with the hashtag PMPL EU Champ and let us know and show us how you are watching. Maybe you're watching with a monster in hand. Maybe you have a king's crown to put on and you as well want to be called my lord or my lady by Maxman here. Let us know. Send it in. We'll put it up on air and we'll get Maxman to give you a special shout out. Just like our commentators going to give him a special shout out here. It's up to you guys at home what you want to do. Sorry, the casters, I should say. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much. We're going to be getting into the 6th and final game of the day, marking the 3/4 mark in the tournament as these teams' time is ticking down. We are going to be looking for who is made of sterner stuff. Is anybody going to be able to extinguish the flame at the top? The beacon that stretches out in the lead, the marathon runners themselves, Fireflux, who have absolutely turned up the heat.
I mean, these guys are the all-around athlete at the moment, really, John, aren't they? The sprinters, the marathon runners, the full Ironman, to be honest with you. But it has been quite insane so far, the kind of results that they've been putting up. And it's going to be difficult tomorrow, to be honest with you. And I think that, you know, in my eyes, if realistically Beşiktaş want to have a chance here, and I think they've been really trying hard as well these last games. It's unfortunate, you know, they almost get a leg up in that last game, but Fireflux is right there with them in the top 3. I do think they need to get a few more points, at least in my eyes 20 point total in this game, to put themselves in a nice running for taking them over early on tomorrow, because you really don't want to leave it down to that last 6th game to get that big pump up. So I'm scared, man. I'm scared for him.
Yeah, no, it's not ideal, and this is where the top of the table is where the money and really does start the jump, right? Because first place, 40,000. Second place, that drops down to 28,000. That is a $12,000 difference. That is a lot. That is a lot. That is a big, big difference. Not only that, second to third, another 10,000 drop, right? 28,000 down to 18,000. So the fact that the Beşiktaş and Regnum Kaya are so close in second and third, only 7 points separating them, that's a $10,000 set of points right there. So it's over $1,000 a point between these two teams right now. So it's very, very valuable for Beşiktaş to be able to get as many points as they can, not only to chase Fireflux, but to run away from Regnum Kaya.
On the other end of things, it's massive improvers. Looking at the Istanbul Wildcats maintaining that position of 4th place at the moment, 155 points, full 20, almost like 20 points above 5th place. Now next year of 128. So very, very well done for them. Just looking at Regnum Kaya ahead of them at 203. I don't think we've seen hugely dominant play from Regnum Kaya today. So I do think that for Istanbul Wildcats, a podium finish is definitely on the cards for these guys. They just need to keep performing like they have done today. This really does feel like almost a bit of a strikeout though from them. I'm not sure if it'll continue into tomorrow. I don't have enough to back that up over the last 2 days. But we will have to see. That already not coming through from Regnum Kaya. So it doesn't start well. So this maybe is that time for Istanbul Wildcats. But of a big game. I remember yesterday on Miramar, they were able in that final game to get themselves a 2nd place. So let's see what happens here. But we do get a circle down towards the southwest. It's not too far out to the west side either. So a lot of area, a lot of space for these teams to play in.
It certainly is. Should be looking to grab a couple of those vehicles. Central seems to be pretty hot right now. 3 teams, I think, have dropped over towards Picardo. EDR Killers, Clear Vision, Regnum Kaya, all having a little bit of presence towards their way. Regnum Kaya grabbing some vehicles, seeing if they can sneak away with it. It's going to go well for Loxy for the time being, but it all comes crashing to a halt, quite literally, as he crashes into the wall, knocks himself. Maybe stealing away a point there.
Good shots from HAMODY, though. You got to admit, with the iron sights on Bard as well, like, he made that look easy. Loxy behind the vehicle, waiting for a little bit of assistance here from perhaps Wild. I'm not sure if Clear Vision are going to go too hard on this one, although Loxy being knocked a few times. Wild's going to have to get into position fairly quickly to pick that lad back up again. This does cause a lot of issues for Regnum Kaya going forward now. Being knocked a couple of times, Loxy more than likely going to bleed out should he get knocked one more time. So there's chances have been used up for him there in that small skirmish.
Of course, you need to be keeping track of all these skirmishes. The only way to do that is to keep watching, make sure that you are participating in our goal of reaching peak concurrent users. 80,000 right at the top there. That's going to be our top goal during the PMPL European Championship. At 80,000 users, that's going to be a PMPL 2022 Spring t-shirt, 2 PMPL activity crates, and a Crimson Swordsman set, all unlocked for your account. Some nice permanent cosmetics there, and the activity crates as well. You want to get your hands on those. So make sure that you are maintaining, staying and watching, making sure you're telling your friends as well to tune in so that we can reach those numbers and unlock that for everyone.
That's what we all want. At the end of the day, one more day to find out if we can make that 80k concurrent. Hopefully you all have a nice little t-shirt waiting for you in game. Game Lord, this time around off to the western side here, nice and early, but S2G are in position. Penguin waddles over, but it's now Valo's down on his belly.
S2G sniffing on the trail. Rip 7 on the hunt. Or is he the hunted? Valo down on belly, as you say. He's going to get the cover. That should be a flush. No, okay. It's going to force the push out. Gets back inside. I mean, it's only a matter of time before that flush comes through, but it does allow S2G a little bit more time to get in position. You can see HAMSy now with the sightlines to the loot crate. That dropped off his teammate. And the vehicle's coming through as well. That's very fast and loose from Kelsey. Takes a tumble. Acrobatic as always and hits the deck. Gets behind the cover. Gets behind the wall. Look up top though. There's next Ruya. They might spot Kelsey. He has to pop in. Hit the deck. But it's no trouble. The nade though, unfortunately already loosed from Narvalo's clutch. will find the retribution kill. Hamzy suppressing next Ruya, moving up and wants to get Kelsey back.
You're just wondering where the rest of Game Lord is. The support is just not here for Narvalo. After what was a very good, a little bit of a rebuke from him onto S2G. Kelsey going down to an incredible jump, unfortunately. That did take off about half of his hit points there. Next Ruya. Just leave this one behind. Rather find themselves a better position here on Miramar. Figure out what they want to do next, whilst Narvalo currently is sadly bleeding out behind the warehouse. Kelsey will put him out of his misery, but again, yeah. Game Lord, nowhere to be seen down towards La Triera. Top the ridge side. Passive team, and Narvalo just trying to ignite a spark in them. Bring them back up to speed. Put the backup generators on and get going.
I mean, it really does seem like the Turkish teams are just absolutely smashing this one out of the park as well. It's unfortunate to see if you're a Western European fan, but it's great if you're a Turkish fan. Now the highest placing team, 7th place, Eastern Stars from Western Europe, after having overtaken the 4 Romanian men, Clear Vision as well, all slipping down on these leaderboards. But it's good news for S2G as they overtake up into 6th at the end of last game.
Power Grid, currently held by UDR Killers, who are playing currently this championship a little bit fast and loose for my liking. Not been too happy about it. I think when they go back to a bit more of a slower play style with those explosive finishes, I think that's the way you really want to see them play, because see at the moment they're just not getting towards the end of the game where they can really unleash a lot of that powerhouse potential that's in them. Fairly often going down a bit too early to a bit too many fights. Right now in Power Grid, it should see them safe. I don't really think they'll be making too much movement right now, at least. Beşiktaş up towards the northeast and El Azhar. Penta close to them, but a pretty clear rotational path for Beşiktaş down towards Impala. The Wildcats already leaving that position towards Los Leones.
Moving over to the hills on the north side of it as well. It should be uncontested there. Look at that. Kelsey goes up and actually goes all the way to the brim there. There's the health chunk. Unfortunate, but you know what? It was exciting to watch. I had a great time with that. Not so fortunate for Narvalo, though. I'm sure he didn't really like those proceedings.
Can't imagine. It could have gone very differently, though. I mean, Narvalo definitely has the chops on him to make something like that happen. Kelsey, unfortunately, in the air, and then I think he got clipped on the top of the ledge there on the warehouse and actually extended his jump for a little bit longer, and then it classed as quite the long fall, when realistically it wasn't. Wildcats scouting out towards Los Leones, right on the outskirts of the city. Seeing what they can find. 4 many men down towards the south side, very typical position for them.
Just shimmying around the red rocks there for Boran. Getting back in. No one really for them to worry about right now. In general, we've seen these early conflicts somewhat resolved. No one's super close. I feel like the closest part of engagement could potentially be near San Martin, X Team and Fire Flux. The hot shots of the lobby on that northern side with, looking at this Penta rolling on down from that north side as well. So maybe around the graveyard could be the next hotspot.
Yeah, Kecth is completely crushing it at the moment for the team on Miramar. 48 limbs is kind of ridiculous. You know, that's almost 1/5 of the Fire Flux's points total just found on Miramar, and limb points alone from Kecth. Really puts things into perspective for you guys, just how good this guy has been playing all tournament.
Oh dear.
Psyox quickly gets picked up by Clear Vision though.
Zombie tries to get a little bit of cover around the side of the apartment building. We'll be able to find some. Into the building he goes. ArHaPY looks to try and chase this one down. Zombie wants to get the heal, but has to pull out the gun. Not quick enough on the draw there. And X Team lose another. 2 players now standing for them. Beg for Mercy and Nightmare. Nade over the top towards ArHaPY, but doesn't do more than just a little bit of damage there. HAMODY looks for the heal. ArHaPY into the building, maybe looking for the heal himself as well. And you have to be worried about the sightlines up top, but all X Team can do is flee in the face of clear vision right now. They tried to make the crash work. It didn't go well.
It did not. That's to be certain right there. Clear vision, though, come out on top of X team, leaving. Held between their legs. Penta, Hulls, also on target for HAMODY, who's been taking shots at anyone that's in a vehicle. Got a real vendetta against the wheels today.
Ricardo maybe starting to heat up the north side. Getting occupied now. The teams near La Bendita starting to move in from that east as well. Putting their feelers out towards this next circle as it comes a little bit further southwest towards that Chumacera position.
Seems like TJB kind of skirt around the rocks at the moment. Find a position to drop down into and hold as their own, like a couple of stag beetles. See what they can get done and if they can push any teams back with the antlers. The other side of the map, though, Game Lord still in Ladriera. Slow. So slow. Almost think to yourself, the Game Lord finds themselves not in just the soft sand of Miramar, but the quicksand. Getting dragged down at the moment.
It does just seem lethargic right now from Game Lord. Hopefully they can wake themselves up, but the time to do it is really running dry, and quite frankly, I don't even know if it's going to matter at this point. They might be able to jump up a couple of places on the tables, but are they going to be able to break into that first page? I don't think so. I just don't see it in their cards on the future right now with the way that they are playing. Beşiktaş, though, pretty much the opposite story, as with the fastPay Wildcats as well, who are currently getting a little bit too close for comfort, maybe.
Absolutely. I mean, for the fastPay Wildcats, it's not really a sense of trying to wake up. I mean, these guys have sunk about 18 espressos this morning, it would seem. They are zinging all throughout today. Even taking down members of Beşiktaş at the moment as they start to converge on their position. You can see that right now moving in. There's a flush. A lot of teams in this location, though. It gets a little bit hairy. You can see the next circle pop on our screens very soon. Let's head a little bit further down south. But again, a lot of this rocky outcrop still available. A lot of Chumacera still in here, but not quite confirmed on the center, John. So real question whether these teams actually want to make themselves into Chumacera itself, which is like backing yourself up against a wall. I mean, the church position's fine. It gives you a really good high ground to play around with, but leaving, goodness me, very, very difficult.
Absolutely. Really, really hard to make that one happen. TJB, though, on the south side are going to be able to play these rocky hills. And they might just be able to leverage that into something more, something impressive for them to be able to take away from this tournament, because as of now, it hasn't been the greatest, as with most of these Western European teams. Haven't really been up to snuff just yet. Coming close, though, I think that's S2G right next to them, just on the north side. Might prove to be somewhat of a barrier for them, but I mean, Lin's just not moving. He's staying in Minister Valle.
Comfortable there, mate. You don't want to leave. He's just playing it fine, right? You know, he's
got a rent-controlled apartment. You know, it's all good.
Exactly. Air conditioning on, TV also on, heated blanket off. So he is absolutely fine right now. Flux making their way down from the north side. Don't need no air conditioning where they're going. They've got the breeze at their backs, sailing through in the vehicles.
In goes Kecth, the main man here on Miramar. For Flux playing forwards, looking to scout out towards the UDR killers right now. They're on the north side of Chumacera. And they'll have to bide their time for just a little bit longer, unless they want to go for a push dead on into Getso towards the UDR killers as well. There really isn't too much to do other than try and play these outskirts. Ulysses in the buggy doesn't get away from Kecth. It's not going to happen for them. I think Getso might have heard that, took some shots back and pushed him away, allowing for the res to come through. Down the hills from them.
fastPay Wildcats currently holding out. Clear vision over on the northeast side. Find at least one knock there. They they can clear that area, you know, making their way across the road on that northeast side becomes a lot easier for them because they don't really have to worry about anyone coming through on the back. I love that from Kecth, though. Does find the one knock, but immediately disengages as he sees hail of bullets come his way. Pulls out the shield and those bounce off. Really nice. Clear vision, realize they're in a tricky position now. Third circle, yeah, the circle isn't going to be chunking you very hard, but it will bite like a couple of fleas. After a while, that's going to start to hurt.
Ooh, there's the northern shift, pretty hard towards the main group of players as well. Eastern Stars with a way to go, but they can push in. There are routes along the along those foothills if they can stay covered from 4 Romanian men on their way. There's a straight road that takes them pretty much right into the middle of it if they want to dare to take that, but could be a little bit risky to do so.
UDR killers, like you say, giving a breath of fresh air here, honestly, on this northern side. They need to get their player back into action as Ulysses, all the way on the northern side. Still hasn't quite crossed the road yet, but probably will be spotted by the prying eyes of Fire Flux. Game Lord, though, goodness me, it's just not good, is it?
It's really not, and Hamsi even steals that one away. That was next Ruya going in for the third party, I believe. Fire Flux taking the fight with UDR killers, or just with the backstop there, dealing with Ulysses. In the meantime, S2G going to stay alive for now. We'll have the beat. Okay, I think it was Silas actually who did get that shot down the hill onto the Game Lord player there to close things down. But they are still in a really solid high ground spot. Look at the sight lines that Silas is going to have. This is in the next circle as well. He has his teammates down the hill as a position to go to. If he has a vehicle, that's going to be so much easier to do.
Yeah, now imagine, John, if the boys came to help Narvalo in his initial engagement with S2G, they would not be in this position right now, but an uncomfortable scenario presents itself after left Narvalo to die all on his lonesome. Arkan spinning the vehicle a little bit there, honestly. It's a bit weird to me what Surreal's trying to pull off, and I think they're floundering right now. Teams all around them. 4 Romanian men on their backside, and Beşiktaş up towards their north.
Yeah, it's difficult to do that one there. Archon not really living up to his namesake. The elected official of Greek culture, if you didn't know, an Archon. There you go. It's a fun fact for you. Responsible for the year's festivities and celebrating the gods. But either way, not going to be celebrating too much anymore in this game. Let's take a look at these predictions. I think these came in about a minute ago or so. Regnum Kaya double predicted. The TJB back prediction from Kylaris.
I love that. Honestly, I'll tell you some backstory. Right now, the best Max can do is a tie with Jason on the punishment. So they were both saying that, you know, Jason was saying that I'm just going to predict whatever you predict, and then we'll be fine, and I'll be one ahead of you.
I mean, that's true. Although if they both get it right, he would tie with Kylaris, right? Because he's predicted TJB.
Exactly, but that would make Max the loser. The funny thing is, though, is that's a joke, of course, because they have to predict at the same time, so they don't know each other's predictions, and somehow, some way, Max has managed to predict the exact same as Jason. So not what he wanted to see. The fastPay Wildcats, this is not what you want to see either. Been taken down to the blue, and the bullets coming through from Dwarfs over here.
Next circle, just about to pop as the blue zone just touches. Kisses the edge, but never quite meets. And there we go, down to the south side. TJB looking pretty good. Kylaris probably quite chuffed right now.
Yeah, they might be able to make this happen. Potentially. TJB lose a member, though, for Romanian men. Quickly, this backup, though. The circle is coming in, and it's a question of whether they can get this res. They are on the slow side of the circle, so potential to be able to do it. Jet kill. Drops the floor. Manages to get out of the purview of Wild.
Patches O'Houlihan would be proud with that dodge. Nice one. Jet kill gets out of dodge. Beşiktaş close by to that position on the eastern side, but the circle will push them in now. And they have to fight off against Regnum Kaya. Really solid high ground position. They have sightlines over towards Penta. But Beşiktaş, they managed to make this push all the way up to the base of this hill. How on earth have they made that happen? Wild is going to be able to find Zessy. Peace doesn't want to go up, doesn't want to challenge straight in towards TJB. Beşiktaş, you have to wonder what is going on here because it's not looking good. Beşiktaş eliminated.
Yeah, that was a dire attempt. And again, like we said, you know, Beşiktaş had to have a good game here. So this is horrendous. TJB looking for more as 4 Romanian men make the same mistake. Right into the brambles of TJB. And they get cut.
Flux not going to earn any more points this time around, so potentially a chance to close that gap. Unfortunately, Beşiktaş also down. There we go. Also down. Regnum Kaya with that chance to start to close that gap and contend for the top spot. If they can use this position to their massive advantage, it is a really strong compound. But unfortunately, the direction that it's strong towards is pointing away from them. They do have a fairly impregnable back, though, which means that they are going to be able to fight in a 180-degree cone.
Which would be really nice for them. It's just that open ground in front of them, which is going to be tough leaving. And I think they'll have to take full advantage of Tron's position up top side in the church. Nice nade, though, from Redox. Looking for another. Looking for the target here. Just tosses it over. Cooks it for just a bit too long. And Years can get back to the rest of his team. Try and drop behind the rock and go for a res here. More nades coming through. One gets sent back, and Redox quickly hashes to reposition.
TJB healing up just a little bit. Redox low, another nade does a lot of work. He is actually subbing in on this game. Going to be able to get that heal off as well. Regnum Kaya try and make their push forwards down towards the south side, but Loxy's caught, pushing out towards Penta. And out in the open, really not going to be able to go for that res. Wild spots Manu and takes a Penta player down.
Realistically, right now, the only thing between TJB and what will be a very clear finish from them is 4 Romanian men and perhaps Regnum if they can make their way down. Right now, they got Lin out off in the distance. Quickly, Getso drops up. Dwas does go down to a quick spray, but a nasty little side swipe comes through.
Loxy finally flushed on out, so 3 players standing for Regnum Kaya, 4 players for TJB, 4 players for Next Ruya as well. As Eastern Stars get eliminated. 7 eliminations so far for TJB, but Beast is looking for these shots towards TJB's position. If they can get an opening here, look at that. Wild, going absolutely wild, running straight on in and dropping to the deck with the SKS in hand. For some shots and makes most of the position. Next Ruya also clearing out their side of the circle.
Such a difficult position to defend here for TJB, honestly. LangX going down. There's so many angles all over the place. Really want to go back to that angle, though, because it's LangX who finally gets taken down, but Years at least gets a quick knock, takes a bunch of damage for his work. GK first now has to put the work in himself, but Lin from the backside. AWM, what a shot across the map.
What a spray. TJB now the only prediction remaining in the game. Kelsey with the spray down will take out another Next Ruya player. 3 players TJB, 3 players Next Ruya. Even odds on it, but TJB skewing those slightly. They have a lot of this next circle. Next Ruya lining up for Kelsey. Gets one on the knock, but it's answered from across the way. Next Ruya shut it down. Kelsey eliminated with it, S2G.
Now Next Ruya have to make their way across. 3 teams remaining and 4 Romanian men in a rocky position. Shots come through from Years. Find one at least. Yetka looking to be next here.
Find that flush as well. 1 player from 4 Romanian men. Redox has been just biding time. Keeping it going. GK first, reposition. Look at the spread that TJB are operating with right now. If one of them goes down, that is it. GK first, yeah, he must have spotted this. Redox maybe wanting the challenge, thinks better of it. Can't expose to Next Ruya, who are looking this way. Down into the divot. Redox spotted out by Years as well. They know that he's on the floor now, so GK first goes up over the top. It is sat back down by Redox, but Years is there for the refrag. But this is the split that really is going to make them pay. TJB can't res.
They had to hold such a massive area here just purely because there were so many teams coming over this position. They've handled it marvelously. Lin still in the back with the AWM, hoping to add an air hole to Yetka, make this man into a whale.
Okay, hang on a minute. Putting up the guard to that side with the vehicle. Might be able to get this res off if they are lucky. But not only that, TJB might be able to get this res off now as well. Frozen really not holding out hope. Here's his position. The off angle now for TJB, but no one's in the circle right now. Nobody has that full position. The res went off onto GK first. Now Lin breaks out wide. This is the 1-2 punch. TJB waiting to deliver the killing blow from this south side position. The res might be able to go through here, but a nade from Lin, if placed right, could end it here and now. Over the top, Kecth looking for the spray towards Years. Here's the vehicle go out wide. They want this heal. The nades haven't landed just yet. GK first, crests the ridge, but baits the shots nicely. Goes down to a nade. Frozen falls, and now Years crests the ridge, and it is beautiful. TJB are taking the chicken dinner for the final game of the day.
Goodness me, this man parallels Paraboy in his modeling capability, but also their gameplay overall. What a massive area they controlled that entire game, John. Honestly, I think that, yeah, they had a huge split, but it was necessary to make sure they could hold that area because it's very, very difficult to hold from so many teams. Let's take a quick look at their stats here. 2,369 damage, 14 eliminations, a huge game coming through from TJB. But yeah, what a sick little game there. And I think once that shift came down towards the south, it was practically over for a lot of the teams as long as TJB could make that gargantuan hold.
Really, really nice stuff. They played a very, very wide split. But that South Chumasera Hills just going well for them. Wild 6 eliminations for Regnum Kaya. It looked like maybe they had a chance after they'd made that crossing, but they just fell a little bit short.
Absolutely. I think it's a case that so many teams are all looking for that one spot right down towards the south.
Yeah, absolutely. Difficult times for Regnum Kaya, but still getting a nice chunk of points for themselves. Unfortunately for them, they go down, and TJB take the chicken dinner in the final game of the day.
Well, of course, I talk smack about TJB, and they come back with the win, and the man on the end. Going to be extremely happy about that, considering you had them chosen. And, well, for me, as you heard Blank say, we do our predictions at the exact same time, but at least with me picking what Max picked, prevented me, well, I guess technically prevented him from ever not losing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could
Choose two good strats.
He could have tied with me, right? Like, if you guys had both been correct. So.
Yeah. I feel like this isn't 1v1v1. This is like 1v2 on the Destoisian right
Damn,
now.
he's figured us out.
I don't know, man. All right, let's take a look at our match rankings, though, and we can see how many points TJB got. Of course, some other teams out there. We see 29 points. Big game, actually, for them. And a desperately needed big game. And if they want to have a chance to take home that $40,000 and that trophy, well, they're going to need to continue to have matches like this.
Oh yeah, they are. It's going to be an uphill struggle for sure, but at least from the uphill that they found in this game, it wasn't too bad at all. I think I was mostly influenced to choose them by the position they had in the previous circle, but as is usual here in PUBG Mobile, it's hard shift city. So once it shifted north, they still had a spot south. I was concerned, but the hard shift world comes back to help them as it comes towards them later on.
Fantastic point, my lord. I fully agree with what you just said. Yeah, but Regnum Kari, I mean, I predicted them for a reason. They were playing Church for the longest time, which is one of my favorite locations there. Like, it was absolutely amazing. And then there's one move that I just do not understand what the reasoning behind it was, is they send Loxy not only to scout, but they send him, like, I think a good old 150 meters away from their location into, I think it was Getso, and also they were getting close to Xray. For very little reason, while they were scouting to move and cross the road, which is where another one of their players was, I think it was Beast. So there was a lot of things that were happening for Regnum Kari, and unfortunately, I think they did stretch themselves a little bit too thinly when I think this could have been their win. But, you know what, still a good amount of points for Regnum Kari in this game, and they're still trying to hold on to that top 3 with that. That should be enough to do so.
I mean, you should be mad, Max, though, because you didn't get a single point of the day.
I'm coping.
Because I'm coping. A little bit of copium for you?
Yeah.
A couple of teams have a little bit of copium actually going on right now as we take a look at the second page. I think it's the first time we've seen Beşiktaş be on the second page actually all day long, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they were technically in one game.
Okay.
But you were close, very close.
I mean, I don't really see them on the bottom actually too often.
Yeah.
Considering they were second place overall and continuing to build up lead and build up steam. But some teams we are getting familiar with being on the second page is Game Lord, UDR Killers, X Team, Surreal.
I mean, to the point you're making here, Jason, about Beşiktaş being here in 15th spot, this is the lowest placement that they've had, and it's the first game they've had 0 points in, which, yeah. So that is something to look at for sure here, considering that when they got a 12th, they got 4 limbs. When they had a 10th, they had 3 limbs, 10 3 limbs. Like, so this team doesn't go out without swinging.
I mean, they already had, what, a 40, 50-point lead, like from 3rd above 4th. So, like, even though they can afford one bad game, right, they're not going to move out of top 3. Maybe 2nd and 3rd will swap around a few times, but other than that, like, they're safe in top 3.
Okay. Well, let's actually see who our top 3 is at the moment, as we could take a look at our overall standings. We do have, well, as you said, Beşiktaş probably in there. Yeah, 3rd place at 210 points. But there is a 100-point lead between Flux and fastPay Wildcats. That's a 1st and 4th place.
Oh no, and the 2 Western European teams are almost about to get kicked out of top 8 right now. They're in 7th and 8th respectively, but we just got to highlight that domination from Flux once again. 257 points over the course of these 18 matches. Yeah.
They have more placement points than 8th place has total points. They almost have more limb points than 8th place has total points.
It's another dig against Western European teams, by the way.
I mean, I would have said it respectively if it was a Turkish team or Western Europe, but it's I mean, it's not a good sign, obviously, with being in 8th place at the moment, but that just shows how dominating I think Flux have been.
Yes, my lord. I fully agree with your point once again. It's
better.
Yeah, I mean, guillotine, man. I don't want to take my chances. Yeah, I don't see who can really contest with top 3. I think nobody really can at this point. It's just going to be who's going to be in that 2nd, 3rd place. Potentially a really big day from Beşiktaş or even Regnum could allow them to push himself in 1st place. But from what Flux done in day 2 and day 3, it seems highly unlikely unless they like completely mess up tomorrow, which I don't really expect.
All right, well, famous last words here, so clip it. And we're going to bring that one up tomorrow to see if somehow something happens.
Come on.
9th through 16th here, Eastern Stars, 126 points, but with 2 chicken dinners. But still surprising to me, again, if you watch the Western European event, Game Lord, 0 chicken dinners. I think they had 6, like, really early on within the first week or 2, or first week alone, maybe in the Super Weekend. They were able to put up some massive numbers, but 0 for them so far in this event. Something's clearly going wrong for them.
Yeah, it's definitely not going their way. Again, you know, it comes back to what we've been saying about it. I do think they are slow to circles. I don't think the circles have been particularly kind to them, but I still think they're slow to them. That is really not affording them any room, any opportunity to find themselves a good spot. The other teams are just faster, and they've got to account for that. You got to change from day to day, otherwise you're not going to be able to advance up.
Maybe it would work if you were playing, PL, but this is not PL. This is, Turkish teams playing central, and if you do rotate late, they're going to gatekeep you away from entering the circle, which is what's happening a lot of the times. And yeah, the rotations are way slower than Western Europe, and you can't afford to be any slower than you were then versus this kind of like caliber of teams. So yeah, unfortunately, even if they do bring a change, which is what we were asking right after day one, right, Kalaris, it's just it's too late now. It's done.
Way too late.
Also, Clear Vision in 10th place now. Remember, TJB on the front page in 8th place. Clear Vision is the one team to actually drop out of that, so TJB was able to take their spot. So not looking good for Western Europe here at the moment, but looking very good here for a couple of teams towards the top of the table. In the meantime, though, as we finished off overall stands, let's take a look at some of you guys at home and how you are watching PMPL here. We got 2 to show, so let's actually throw up the first one here. Max, I know you've seen both of them already. Polaris and myself haven't. So if one of them is you, and you're posting it, I'm going to be very disappointed. That is a nice TV.
That's not him. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's not me. I have short-term memory loss, so I don't remember what I sent. Apparently, so that's
I was like, got the cat in there as well, if you didn't notice.
I was going to say, in my mind, I was like, that cat is not Max. All right, that is definitely
not me. Yeah.
Nope.
Just some PUBG Mobile and chill. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, some plants. I like it. I respect it. What else do we got?
Are those plastic plants, though? I don't know. That's what I do. But yeah.
How would you guess?
Oh, what a view.
What if he drops his
Istanbul?
phone?
I'm assuming that says Istanbul.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very
He just drops his phone there. That's risky. I would not do that.
Wait, how is he taking the picture of the phone?
He has a second phone.
Subtle flex.
Ooh, Mr. Two Phones.
He's watching.
Ooh.
2 phones. Where's my other? I don't have my other phone.
No.
For you guys at home as well, though, to remind you, again, Maxman drinking Monster Energy out of a chocolate fountain. I really wish we did something for the event this time to see what else he would drink it out of. Maybe that could be his punishment.
I still drink.
When we get to this.
I can see the logo.
Still blue. I can still see through it. Okay. But obviously, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. Yeah, fantastic. That's their new blue flavor. That's what it's called, blue.
I love blue.
Help me out here, Max. What else?
Blue isn't blue like raspberry or something? I don't know. I'll just move.
It's a mystery flavor.
Mystery
maybe. I don't know. But it is time to check in with our prediction. No, because it's not supposed to be what you expect it to be. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Hey.
You know who's also wrong? Maxman. A lot.
I feel like the punishment game was destined to be this way, Max. It's
he gets it every event, like we're always mean to him, and then he loses predictions, and then he curses teams, and all he gets is punishments. I don't know how he keeps coming back for more. It's like Stockholm syndrome.
It's people don't even know. It's like when we make the predictions, they happen on camera maybe like 20 seconds beforehand, and then they're actually shown on stream. When I do the prediction and I type it like they're good, the moment it pops on stream, it just all goes to like it just goes bad, and they just lose like 3 players instantly. So I don't know what to tell you.
Have you ever considered not taking these gigs?
I don't think I'll be picked for the gigs anymore. They're just like, yeah, this guy he keeps getting 0 points on his predictions every time. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Clearly.
Okay. Well, Kalaris, as the victor today, you get to choose the punishment for Maxman.
I think he already knows
what have you come up with?
Well, okay, I don't know whether to do this for just one segment or the whole day. I think one segment. You think whole day? No, I
feel like it's worth it.
I think one segment, he has to wear his dress shirt back to front. All right, not the whole day. It's the final day. It's an important day, so it can't be too silly. But one segment, maybe the opening one, because it's the longest one.
We'll make it extra long as well tomorrow.
We'll start half an hour early, I think.
my lord, do I have to have the collar in my face also? Is that like a requirement, or I don't know? I'm not sure.
As long as you're wearing your dress shirt back to front.
Okay, that's enough. Cool, thank you.
No, but does he have to button it up in the back?
Yes, somehow.
I want to see. Yeah, I want you to get someone to button it up for you in the back, and then you have to take it off somehow. You have to, that's the extra punishment, right? Is that you have to figure out how the hell yourself you're gonna do all the buttons in the back. I don't know how limber you are, Max.
He's not gonna get out of it.
I'll just go out on the street like, please, someone help me.
He just shows up to the next PMPL season still in the same shirt.
Can't get it off.
All right. Well, Max,
we'll do that.
Thank you for being such a good sport and for obviously treating us as nobility today. It's been great. But your punishment doesn't end. You will be back tomorrow. Your shirt will be backwards, and it better be a dress shirt. as well, not just wearing a t-shirt backwards, because that would be cheating, and we're not about cheating here at PMPL. Ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna do it here for our third day of action. We have 1 day left until we can crown our champion, though, of the PMPL Europe Championship. So make sure you guys tune in tomorrow to find out who it's gonna be. Also, to see Max, man.